welcome to the GunJones.com lobby chat.
I will build the wall. Mexico will pay for it. I will build the wall. Full autos for everybody.
We got Trump in the chat.
Thanks for having me, everybody.
Everybody thought it was going to be an uneventful Thursday night.
I know Hillary wanted to be here, but she's checking her email right now.
Barely breathe with that thing on.
Oh, I thought that was a little puppet or something. That was a mask.
Yeah. Yeah, I made sure I grabbed a Trump and a Hillary mask back during Halloween.
Probably a good idea. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I checked Smeggy's chat. Nobody's in his. Nobody was in this one. I was like, Jiminy Christmas. Everybody's probably out Christmas shopping.
Yeah, doing Christmas shit.
Yeah, I'm either going to wait till tomorrow or Saturday to do my shopping.
I guess he's scared away knives. He doesn't like that shit. Oh, here it is. Edge of Tomorrow.
Yeah, there's nothing like the holidays to bring out the freaks in where I work.
Like, how do you mean?
All the ones that are cracked out and stuff like that.
This is a man's world.
I don't know what this is.
Somebody wrote, going by the video, he gave good explanation for wanting to end someone. This is ridiculous.
I don't know what
That's somebody. What was that?
I don't know. Hypo says the hate is real, and then links to this video, which is some other guy doing something else about something else. I don't know what it is. I think it's live. Mr. Nice couldn't handle that Trump was in the chat earlier.
Would you feel more comfortable with Hillary?
Maybe.
Mr. Knives. I blame Russia for everything.
I don't know how much that one looks like Hillary. Like something. We can only see the forehead, though. We can't see the whole thing.
Trump is the devil. Ha 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 ha.
God, I could breathe less in hers than I could in Trump's.
Is putting hers on like being like having your head inside of a fart.
What was it? Smell like urine and
Oh yeah,
old farts or what?
and old farts. Yeah. I don't know. I think Knives left. That was too much for him.
Oh, too much celebrity for him. I might have a Batman mask in here somewhere. I might bring him out.
That'll get Matt in here.
I'm surprised he didn't jump in with the Trump and Hillary in here. God, I can't wait till January. January 2nd, at least.
Why does that one work? It's better.
That's when it slacks off because of the holidays, and then no more Christmas music playing and stuff like that.
You're getting paid more now, no?
Oh, it's the same.
Oh, well, yeah, then I can understand that.
Yeah, I
I
just
never
get.
really liked working Christmas except for when I was making, extra money. I got money
Yeah.
making extra money because I didn't care about missing holidays or nothing. So if I could just work and make extra, like double time or something, that was always good. Especially when it was like when I worked in restaurants and shit, it was never busy, and I would work, get extra money for it, and just not have to do much work at all.
I get overtime and everything for over 40 hours, but that's why I was working overtime this week. Plus, I get holiday pay and stuff like that. So it'll be a nice check before SHOT Show. That's for sure.
That's good.
Crap. Man, what time is it?
What are you on lunch break or something?
Yeah, well, first break, yeah. Yeah, we don't take lunches. We'd rather get out of there a half hour early than take a lunch. Well, if anybody's still around, I guess I'll talk to you guys in about 3 hours. So.
Right on. Yeah, you never know if it starts catching on or if everybody starts getting a second wind or something. We'll know in a bit here. Thanks for posting, though.
Yep, no problem.
Right.
I'll talk to you later.
Yep. See ya. Have fun. So the link's out there for anybody that's still out there. Dead horse out there. Knives probably ran off because he couldn't handle it. There's the link again. Smeggy's got a green dot. I'm So 2A has green dot. You've been called out. So you can act like you don't have a green dot. We all know you got a green dot. Cleaning. Never cook anything and you always order from takeout places. All you ever gotta do is throw shit away.
I'm not sure if we're even on the air. This is a series of
major incident. The emergency is a major
bright lights and an orange
This is happening.
a major attack.
This is
Since
happening.
it named outside Cameron 5 years
This is
ago,
happening
they've
right
steadily
now.
advanced across Europe. We've suffered
happening in
millions of
Europe.
casualties, and yet
It's
the
happening in
evacuation of key government officials
This is happening right now.
Nothing
continuing.
have done has been able to stop their advance.
costs.
This is happening.
The Europeans have paid the highest price.
and even anticipate our actions.
I don't even know what we're gonna do.
Do not defeat them in France. You'll be finding them in the streets of London
It's happened all over Europe.
and New York and Tokyo.
No, it's happening in New York and Tokyo now. It's happening. This is happening.
All of humanity is at stake.
They just said it. All humanity.
Even anticipate our actions.
We do not defeat them in France. You'll be finding them in the streets of London and New York and Tokyo. All of humanity is at stake.
Even anticipate our actions.
We do not defeat them in France. You'll be finding them in the streets of London and New York and Tokyo. All of humanity is at stake.
I think he said that 3 times now. That's how important it is. This is happening.
5 years, we finally have a victory.
We don't have a victory. It hasn't been 5 years.
Officers are just in from Verdun.
Quick coalition
Nothing's even happening. We're done. This is happening right now, though.
victories and how low casualties were.
We have seen a stunning victory.
Well, now they're just talking about some fictitious victory. This is happening, though. This is happening.
A series of
This is a major incident. The emergency is a major
bright lights and an orange glow.
The meteor hit.
It does now appear to be a major attack.
This is happening.
Since it named outside Cameron 5 years ago, they have steadily advanced across Europe. We've suffered millions of casualties, and yet the evacuation of key government officials
Nothing
continuing.
have done has been able to stop their advance.
Costs. The Europeans have paid the highest.
The good news is key European officials have been saved. So they were evacuated in time, but this is happening for the rest of Europe.
And even anticipate our actions.
We do not defeat them in France. You'll be finding them in the streets of London and New York and Tokyo. All of humanity is at stake.
So all humanity's at stake. This is happening, but the government officials in Europe have been saved. So if anyone wants to discuss that, we can talk about it here live while it's happening. Or go about your business. Go worry about your business. The dog's taking it pretty calmly. He's just having something to drink. He doesn't think it's that serious. Everybody on.
Even anticipate our actions.
We do not defeat them in France. You'll be finding them in the streets of London and New York and Tokyo. All of humanity is at stake.
I don't know what's going to happen.
And yet
Is this happening? Oh, it is happening. Wait a minute. I have confirmation this is
I'm not sure if we're even on the air. This is a a series of
Hold. This is a major incident. The emergency is major.
bright lights
This is
and an
happening.
orange glow.
Which the meteor hit.
It does now appear to be a major attack.
Since it landed outside Hamburg 5 years ago, they've steadily advanced across Europe.
What?
We've suffered millions
This
of
is happening right now.
casualties, and yet the
We have
evacuation of
confirmation
key
this is
government
happening.
officials
Nothing we
continuing.
have done has been able to stop their advance.
Food costs. The Europeans have paid
To
the
mimic
highest price.
and even anticipate our actions.
We do not defeat them in France. We'll be fighting them in the streets of London, New York, and Tokyo. All of humanity is at stake.
After 5 years, we finally have a victory.
These pictures are just
There's no victory, though. All that's happening, except for the victory, there's no victory. All right, well, this is happening.
What happened, man?
Hey,
You on the road?
what?
Sounds like you're in a spaceship going warp speed.
Yeah, I was actually. Who the hell was this? Yeah, on some kind of ship.
Warp speed! I had to pay my bills. I'm not gonna have internet anymore. I'm gonna have to come in here through I could write letters
Neighbors Wi-Fi.
on the weekend chats.
Yeah,
Let's
you
steal
could
that
write
Wi-Fi.
letters and then email them into people.
Like Dead Horse could be like, "Oh, Cooper sent the letter. He has something to say about
Yeah, that'd be kind of nice. Have like
staying."
a candle going, and then focus the webcam on that candle. Maybe like a holiday wreath behind it, and then you could read the letter from you.
Yes, today's message from Cooper is guns are for fucking toys. You know what I'm saying?
Here,
Learn
you
how
want
to fight like a real man, pussy.
You want to
Guns are
provide
for
a service? Dano had a question on today's show today, and he was asking if you're
Guns
going
are for
to do a
pussies.
2-day course, what would the ideal 2-day course be?
My ideal 2-day course?
Yeah.
Okay. Olympic style curling in Sweden.
We already have that.
Yeah, I just in my house. Just
Oh.
fucking what would I say? Honestly, 2-day course for me, because I've taken so many classes, I think 3. 4. I think 4 classes. I think for me now, I want to do a rifle class, but I mean for someone to start or just for me personally.
It was
This
for
was
somebody
Dano
that
asking for people in general, but really it's Dano asking for Dano. We all know.
Yeah, Dano's like,
Yeah.
yeah. So a friend of mine has an itch, and
Yeah.
it's a little
No,
bit.
it was
red.
assuming that, let's say, somebody already understands the basics. They maybe grew up with guns, they grew around guns, so they understand the differences between guns. They understand the safety rules. They've been to a range, whether it's long guns or short guns, and they want to take a pistol class, but it's their first pistol class, so they don't need an NRA basic pistol. They need what they want to carry, or they do carry, but they want to take their first class. If you could design a class yourself, what type of 2-day class? What would it be?
I would do something like, if I could design a class.
Yeah,
I would probably do like something like tactical response, fighting pistol, mixed with a little bit more long range, like take it out like maybe to 25 yards a few times during the 2 days. But I think that class, I mean, shit. I mean, I'm sure people would be like, "Shut that's whatever, McDojo." But there's something that class is really. I think it was great. I thought it was great. So for someone who's like new to carrying and stuff, if you're, that's a good one.
Well, they may not be new to carrying. That's again, but they've never taken a class.
Yeah, I think tactical response was great because it was so jam packed with stuff, and plus, I just thought it was good. But what else would there be?
I think that somebody's going to take your little dog hostage and then walk like 25 yards away, and then you're going to have to be able to take a precision shot at that distance.
Your old buddy Steve Fisher said it best. Go to the grocery store and look down the aisle at your average grocery store, and how far do you think that is? Because we live in real places like the mall.
What the hell's going to happen at the end of the grocery store aisle that we need to be
involved? You Akbar, dude. What are you? We're at war, bro.
What?
We're at war.
Allah be Walmart.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Oh my God, Walmart's like 100, dude. If you look down some of those aisles at Walmart, no, it's not 100, but
I mean,
it's like a fucking 50.
The food section. I mean, a short aisle might be 150 feet.
It's big, yeah. It's big. That's what I'm just trying to say. No, I'm just saying.
I don't know what you're gonna do at the end of some fucking aisle where you're like gonna know what's going on 200 yards away.
25 yards is nothing, dude. There's a guy who sells out his classes in 5 minutes, and the first day you sight in your pistol with a fucking file and a hammer at 50. I mean, like, and it's like it's a 2-day, it's a concealed carry course, but he's so on the accuracy side and getting people squared away on the accuracy shit at that kind of distance. And then at the end of probably most of the class, you're shooting at 20 feet. But like once you get that stuff done, you know, it's fundamentals. So it's like you get good at shooting that far away. It helps you up close. That's all. That's all I think. Because like you know, even the rifle classes that you see, and they're literally no shit like 15 feet in front of their target for 2 fucking days, man. Like what is, you know, at some point stretch it out, dude. Like it's a rifle class. You really, and they'll tell you like fighting pistol, fighting rifle, same distance. And we were like, it felt like we were like 15 feet in front of our fucking target. We were maybe seven yards. I don't even think so. Like in front of our target. Anyway, I just wish you switched. You know, that's what I think Reed, that guy Reed, he does the fighting pistol kind of thing, but he stretches it out, man, because your gun is way more accurate at distance than you think it is, dude. Your eyes might not be able to handle it, but the gun can.
Have you heard from anybody you know or whatever in regards to someone that has taken one of Reed's classes in his new setup?
Yeah, a bunch of people. And there's definitely, like, they stretch it out.
And just as far as what they have them do, how would you contrast, not the instructors, but as far as what and how they're teaching things? Well,
that's what I mean. It sounds like fighting pistol, but with a little bit more accentuation on accuracy and a little bit of distance. Not a shit ton of distance, but they're more it's more accuracy driven, where like there is no accuracy stuff in tactical response. Dude.
Tactical response ain't like shooting, like a marksmanship class at all. It's not like a shooting technique class at all. It's like a theory and application of theory and that kind of thing, and then experience, like before and during and after. They actually take you through an encounter the same way that Massad Ayoob takes you through the whole encounter, not just some like idealized like getting ready for the actual draw and shoot, and then that's your complete course of instruction. Like it's all about getting you to take the ultimate shot, and then thank you, have a nice day, that was your instruction. So tactical response, the shooting portion of it, is more about theory and getting your shit off of static, you know, so that you're not just standing there. So there's a lot of what you'd call placeholder, like the draw and shoot part is like fill in the blank with whatever rocks your boat. Like if you like some kind of specific way of shooting, if it gets the job done, do it that way. They're not real strict on that. So your draw and your shoot is sort of generic. So like what DB's saying with distance, if you really think distance is a big deal, then follow your fucking drills at distance. They don't really care. If you don't think distance is a big deal, then do it at some practical distance for whatever range you're on. And that's basically how they teach it, at a practical distance, so that it's safe yet not overly difficult.
What I'd say about the tactical response thing was it was a lot of drawing your pistol. So a lot about your draw stroke, you know, going through the draw stroke and then drawing a gun with a round in the chamber and shooting it. For me, I don't think I ever did that. So it was important, you know what I mean? Because like a lot of guys go to the range like me for years, 5-6 years, and all you do is you go to the indoor range and you take the gun out of your bag and you put it on the table and you fucking shoot, and then maybe you go home and you dry fire practice, like you practice drawing, but you don't shoot around in your fucking house. You know what I mean? Like all you can do is just draw in your house. And if you've never done the draw and fire thing, man, so anyway, by the time you're in like lunchtime at tactical response, you've probably drew your pistol and shot like 300 times. You know what I'm saying? Like so many times already that it's good. It's good. It's a good thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm just looking at Valor Ridge's stuff and like their Pistol Craft 1, which I don't know if that's what that's equivalent to or not, but
yeah, that's their beginning class.
It's a 2-day class, and price wise, it's maybe about $60 more than the current classes at the other place. But $65 when you're paying for a class should not be a deciding factor.
No,
there's so many other costs involved that by the time you're done with gas, ammo, food, and everything else, $65 is nothing.
They're not traveling, so that's an issue. You have to go there.
This other class, which sounds interesting, is called Pistol Immersion. Now it looks like a 3-day class, 3 or 4-day class. I'm not sure. It says it's Pistol Craft 1 and Pistol Craft Austere Conditions combined.
Okay, yeah. Austere Conditions is probably a lot of like one-handed stuff, a lot of spinning you around, throwing shit in your face, you know.
Well, that's what I'm kind of take a little peek here and see how they describe it.
Maybe dark. Maybe they do some low light stuff.
Well, here it's kind of a long paragraph, but I'll just read it to you. Amateurs practice until they get it right. Professionals practice until they can no longer get it wrong. And masters never stop practicing. Good training emphasizes fundamentals and practical skills, and excellent training exposes students to the worst scenarios possible. In Pistolcraft, Austere Conditions, we will put you through just that. Many fights begin initiated by the enemy, but nonetheless, they must be ended by you. In this class, you will be in a constant state of deprivation. This is some of the most realistic training you can get, and after you complete the class, your mental conditioning for defending yourself and your loved ones will be one step ahead when the time comes. If you have not been in physical fight before this class, you will be by the end. Then it says how you'll be tested mentally and physically, and you will be trained to a point of failure and then guided through the process of success.
Which means they rape you. I was going to say, Paul Gardner, he's a guy he's a former Marine. He's paralyzed from the waist down. He's one of the guys on that primary and secondary, but I remember him from the forums, like before that. He took a shit ton of classes, bro, like probably $20,000, $30,000 worth of classes from everyone, like from every single one. He's on primary and secondary, and they're giving him shit about tactical response, I guess. And he said something that made perfect sense to me is it's the greatest class for someone who's only going to do one class. You know, because he's sitting there with like 6 guys that are like hardcore like guys. And they're like, tactical response, please, man. That's like a McDojo. That's a joke. You know what I'm saying? But whatever. And he said that that's a class that you take or you recommend to somebody who you know is only going to do this one time. They're going to take this fucking class and they'll never take another class again. You know what I mean? Because it is so much shit jam-packed into those 2 days. I totally agree, man. Not that I took a shit ton of classes like that guy, but look, that guy took $20,000, $30,000 worth of classes. He's no joke. Even though he's in the wheelchair, like, he don't care. He's traveling and he's taking these classes. And I just think that's what I think of it like as. Like, so if you're the beginner guy who's never taken a class or never drew your gun and fired before, as long as your safety shit is in order, a class like that class or a class very similar to it is perfect. You know what I mean? It's just like a bunch of stuff in the 2 days. And then most likely you will never take a class again. Because most people won't.
When you were down there for either your classes, did you have Regis as an instructor at any point? Or was he there?
Both times. Because I took the class when they traveled, and he was the instructor. And then when I went there, he was the instructor.
Okay. In regards to what I'm going to call the teaching personality, can you contrast, and you may or may not be able to, but Reed in his way of teaching out on the range, and the way he carries himself out there as compared with either James or some of the other guys?
No, yeah, I never had James, but like James was there the whole time that the class was happening in the fight, which is basically like a haunted. It's like a shoot house, and then with simunition guns. So we would take, every time you would go in, it would be your turn. It would be you and the role players and the instructor, right? So everyone else, literally 99% of the class is out in this conference room, and they were with James, just talking shit, answering questions, whatever, going through stuff. And as everyone cycled through that scenario, then we'd all meet up at the end, which took a while, and then we would discuss it. So then it was everybody, right? So I'm just trying to say like that there wasn't a lot of teaching. It was more like, hey, what happened there? Everyone shares their experiences. It's such a scenario-driven thing, and I'm sure that was like dictated to them. Like, all right, this is what you're doing it's a 2-day class, and this is the first day is scenario 1 through 6, whatever. The fighting pistol class was like Reed and 2 other guys. He was a good teacher, I mean, he was, everything was safe that day, I'll tell you that. One guy broke a rule, and it was scary, but whatever. So as long as it's safe and the quality of what they're teaching you is there, it's almost like anyone can do it. But I would rather have had Reed than a lot of the other guys I've seen lately.
Mm-hmm. I've seen
That's for sure.
Just basically like I would call it police or NRA instruction, like Masada Ayoub's classes. It's just pretty much a bunch of adults, and it's pretty cut and dry. And except for the occasional somebody who just is super inexperienced that they put more effort into, you get those kind of instructors, so they don't really have much to.
Well, and there he went.
I'll fill in. They don't know shit. Yeah, Reed, you back?
I feel like as soon as I participate, I get booted.
No problem. YouTube.
You step into my chat.
YouTubeage.
So I think that from my experience with, I don't know, you're thinking about going to tactical response?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the places that I'm looking at as far as 2017, the class I take.
What's the other places?
The other one is Valor Ridge, and there's a guy. I have his business card. I met him when I was in Tulsa, but he has not posted his 2017 schedule yet, as well as I have some questions on the class itself. I have to call and ask about. So 3 for sure, with a miscellaneous one possibly in Indiana. But anyway, those are 2 of the 4.
I don't think you can go wrong with either. That's because I really don't. Whatever's closest to you, whatever's more affordable, and if they're traveling, what's unfortunate, I mean, I'm not saying it's unfortunate, but it seems like they've been cycling through instructors a lot at Tactical Response, and I'm sure they were always doing it. But at some point, it was like, that guy Jay has always been there. He's a solid guy, right? He's an awesome guy, like, to just feel like, okay, he's not going to fuck around with any kind of unsafe shit. But then on the other hand, someone's going, but he's the photographer, who's the downrange photographer. But yeah, but other than that, like, they were totally aware of the class, like, on the line, watching everybody, making sure everyone was safe. Reed too, so I don't think you can go wrong with either fucking one. That's just for a good 2-day pistol class.
I just was also not sure of like the facilities that Reed has. I mean, I know he has a classroom for when they go indoors, but
it looks great. His range looks fucking awesome, dude.
I mean,
his range is awesome. His range looks awesome, dude. I mean, it really is nice. Like his rifle range, his pistol stuff. I mean, he's got a lot of land, and it looks like very clean. And he's got some steel, for pistol and stuff. He look like he's got a great little range there, man.
Is the one thing just in common, and this can apply anywhere where they offer it, is if you're, whether it's at the same hotel or just literally in the team room, but being able to stay with other people that are taking the class, is when you're going over stuff and rethinking things during the day, having other people to bounce off. Now, was it this way or this way, sort of a thing. They were talking about the class to kind of like go over things that you were doing that day in the class.
Yeah, that can be good and bad. If you go there with a bunch of Marines, it's going to be different than if you go there with a bunch of, like, I don't know, some small town SWAT team, and that's going to be different if you go there with like 2 paramedics, a surgeon, and 2 computer IT guys, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, but
so
it doesn't
get the luck of the draw to some extent. So yeah, that can be good, but it also can be like not so great.
Well, yeah,
so,
but it's usually pretty obvious when people are talking out their ass as far as just let it go in one ear and out the other.
I just think, you know what I think? After that class?
That big room, what do you call a big room like that, with the community room or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
Right.
It can be great, but it can also not be all that awesome.
I just think if you were with a bunch of ordinary Joes who like never, like me, just like you're all, I think, and if they're new like me, I think you're all just gonna sit around and go, "Wow, that was fucking awesome!" Like, "Gee, this is awesome!" Like, "Wow, this is awesome!" Because
there's all kinds of different things that might happen. But I'm just saying, if you are the single dude with a bunch of Marines in there, that's going to be a different type of time, and it's a different experience. And if you're in there with a bunch of SWAT guys, and then like 2 doctors, that's going to be a different experience. Not necessarily bad. It's just going to be different, and they're not necessarily going to be like, let's sit down and talk about what we just experienced. Right. They might just be like, let's watch titty movies all night and get loud.
Right, and I agree with you. It's a roll. It's certainly a roll of the dice. What you're getting is a place to sleep. That's the only thing you're getting for sure. Mm-hmm. And you're absolutely right as far as
you're going to get an experience. You just don't get to say ahead of time what you want that experience to necessarily be.
Right. It may be neutral, it may be negative, or it could be positive, but there's no guarantee.
Money you're saving.
You're going way down a direction for tactical response specifically, because I don't know if anybody else has an actual situation like that where they have a place set up for their students to be able to hang out like that. So that's sort of unique. But if you go to different classes out there, I've experienced everything from, like I was saying, like your really strict military guys. Like I've had some really interesting experiences with Border Patrol guys. This one guy is whatever, like a colonel or something in Border Patrol. So whatever, like a paper pusher type of person in Border Patrol, he's really used to doing presentations, and he gets information across, like very much like Massad Ayub, but a different type of instruction, but very efficiently. It was just really a pleasure to like experience like how efficiently he was able to get information across, and in like such an insightful way or whatever. So you're going to get some instructors that are like that. You're going to get some that are like, for whatever reason, let's say military, and they're very cut and dry and very analytic, and they're getting, like, you're getting a sit rep. You're getting like a download of information, and you're just going to have to get it as fast as you can. And they're used to giving it to people that are efficient at collecting it, right? So that's a whole nother experience when you go to a class like that one. That would be like your Mike Pannone, and I'm assuming some of the technical instructors. Then you get your just, I would call them, I don't know what to call them, but the least appealing, in my opinion, are the guys that are bragging to you the whole fucking time. And those guys are the ones that are going to spend as much time telling you about how they're legit and other people aren't, as they are telling you a couple of maybe nuggets of good info, perhaps. But for the most part, those are the ones that I would not pay much for. And then you get your guys that are like your Jaeger, who's not trying to teach you nothing. He's teaching you a lot, but he's got an established curriculum. Like, he's not testing anything on you. You're getting like a really good, just like Massad Ayub. It's very, very similar. It's a different course of instruction, but the way that you get all that information, it's like with that confidence, you don't get very many instructors that are at that level. So I don't know if I would compare them with anybody else I've experienced. They've got a comfort level and an experience level that is to be experienced. Like getting instruction from them is different than from somebody who's still getting their curriculum down, who's still honing their curriculum.
When I think about tactical response too, it was like, he got so much shit from other instructors at the right time, like from Farnham and from Tom Givens and from, I don't know, maybe Paul Gomez and from Andy Stanford. And if you really look at the history of this guy, it wasn't like he dreamt this shit up in his mom's basement. It was like he took it. You know what I'm saying? So like, and he refined it. He made it his own. But he was, at some point, it wasn't tactical response. It was like, I think it was Ops something South, which was like Andy Stanford told him he could do it in the Southeast. You know what I'm saying? So like at some point it was like he was an instructor somewhere else, just like, you know what I mean? And like took it and he refined it from some of the greats. You know what I'm saying? And what also attracted me to taking the tactical response class in the beginning was because I started to see that, because I was watching him forever on YouTube, like since he was installing XS Big Dots on his fucking Glock in his garage. When I started to see him taking so many classes and shit, I just felt like, okay, this guy, I want to take this, I want to go there, because I've never seen instructors doing that, or at least bragging about it. Maybe they are doing it, but they're not talking about it because he was on YouTube. But he was like, I just took Vickers class. I'm going to Thunder Ranch. I'm going here. I'm at Range Master. He makes every single one of his instructors, at least a couple of years ago, like Reed and those guys, he made them all go to Tom Givens. And if they didn't pass the Range Master instructor class, he would fire them. You know what I mean? So like, people will get caught up and be like, oh, you're just on Jaeger's dick or whatever. But it's really just fucking seriously. His curriculum is, I can't even say that word ever. It's like a lot of good shit in there, and he refined it and put his little twist on it. So it's good. That's just my opinion. Like, if I could, I would go to take Tom Givens at Range Master. He's traveling now. Farnham is Farnham's going to retire soon. Stanford, that guy, Andy Stanford retired. Paul Gomez is dead. You know what I mean? There's a bunch of guys I want to take classes from, but like going to tactical response, you're getting like a good thing. And you can, that might, that's why I recommend it to people who were like, oh, I want to take a class, but what class or whatever. And you just think, oh, you're just going to take one pistol class. This is going to be fantastic because you're going to draw your gun and fire fucking hundreds of times. You're going to clear malfunctions. You're going to clear malfunctions one-handed. You're going to shoot from your side, shoot from your back, shoot from retention, up close on the target. You're going to shoot while moving. You're going to shoot, it's just fucking great. And then I see a lot of other classes like where like what G said was like, I don't want to stand around and fucking talk about how awesome you were in fucking Somalia, dude. You know what I mean? I don't want to hear that.
Right.
And even when I took Sheriff of Baghdad's class, he not one fucking time talked about his time overseas, fight looking for bin Laden. You know what I mean? Like it was.
Can you back up for a second? You were talking about, can you tell me again what your thoughts were, what you had to say about Tom Givens?
He's one of the originators. Like he's one of the, he's one of the great instructors. So like what I was saying was with Jaeger is that Jaeger took a lot from that guy. There's no way you couldn't. You know what I'm saying? And then he was sending his instructors there when I took the class. They all told us at lunch, like downtime, that if they were scared because Jaeger sent them to Range Master with Tom Givens, and Tom Givens taught an instructor's class. And if those if those instructors couldn't pass that class, there's a qualifier at the end. So it's like a test and a shooting qual. And if they couldn't pass it, Jaeger said he was going to fire them. So I'm just trying to say to the most people on YouTube, guys, and you start talking about Jaeger, don't think they don't know any history. All they know is YouTube. Like, oh, Jaeger, oh, Jaeger's this, Jaeger's that, or whatever. But if you read about it or go back and look, you know, Jaeger took a lot from the good instructors. He kind of made it his own, and the things that he's teaching there are great, and they travel. Where some of these other guys that might teach something just as good, or that their 2-day class might be solid, some of these people are dying, some of them are retiring, some of them just don't travel anymore. So, and then you got these other guys who are just like, unfortunately nowadays, they don't give a fuck about like history or anything like that. They don't give a fuck about where these things came from, or the great instructors who are dead or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Like, because honestly, I'd like you to go to fucking Gunsight or something like that. That would be fucking awesome. It's just like super expensive and shit. You know what I mean? But I'm sure they're good too.
Let's talk about Frontsight. So the guy from Frontsight basically took the curriculum from Gunsight, started his place in Nevada. So I got passes for that place. If we ever want to do a Frontsight thing, we could probably get a whole like class. If we can get enough people, we can get a whole class dedicated to us over there. They're pretty desperate for, you know, people to know about them or whatever. So they're pretty. They've always been really open about being. What do you say? They'll let a bunch of people shoot for free so that we talk about it and encourage other people to know about the class.
And that's out west there, right?
That's about an hour west of Vegas.
Okay.
So you fly into Vegas and you drive out there. And then you stay in Rump, and then you drive back and forth to it. It's a unique one. Like I say, it's basically the curriculum from Gunsight. So it's unique and it's intense. You know, we took a 4-day thing there and then stayed for a couple extra days to do their 30-state CCW at the time, where you qualify for as many state CCW as you want and get them all at one time. So it's pretty good. I mean, it's cut and dry. It's like NRA in a way, but it's like NRA with good curriculum or with better curriculum. So it's got some good stuff. It makes you question when you're done if you're really going to want to carry a gun after it, which I think is a good thing. And they've got excellent facilities. You shoot everything from a square range into a shoot house, like in that.
So let me throw another log on the fire. This is going back to the Tom Givens thing. Is he offers a combative pistol, 2 days, basically same price, and it's also, you know, within my driving envelope, so to speak.
Well, is it? What do you mean? Because I don't even know where he's headquartered out. I heard he sold that Rangemaster place out of Memphis. So he used to be out of Memphis, and now I don't know where the fuck.
Oh, he still is. At least that's what his website says.
Okay. Because I don't think he's doing the Rangemaster used to be his place, I guess.
And in fact, it specifically says that he is the primary instructor of the class. So.
Yeah. No, I've seen him. I mean, there's very few videos of him on YouTube and shit. But like, I've watched them.
Well, that's okay.
I've read about him, and I'm just saying, like, I know that if Jaeger said, "You can't work for me unless you take his class," that says something to me. You know what I'm saying? I don't know.
I mean, I'm much more interested in people who either have or they know someone that has taken somebody's class. That sort of a referral versus a YouTube referral means much more to me.
Oh yeah, I don't know anyone who's ever taken this class except for Reed and those guys who were talking about how fucking awesome it was. But like that, you know, it was hard.
I mean,
but that was an instructor's
2017 class. I mean, I could include him as part of, you know, what I'll call the top 5, and then make my decision based off of scheduling and other little things. But
well, you could read after action reports, but you know, the gun channels, you're not going to find anyone who's taken a Tom Givens class. I would know who it was.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, maybe Dr. No did or something, you know, like someone like that. I don't know, but like maybe G Webs, but like no, that's a like Farnham would be fucking awesome. I mean, I heard Farnham's was a little bit, you know, different, but he's
Well, I think he's
good.
out of my driving range.
Yeah, he's traveling, but I just don't know where they're traveling at.
I mean, I'd like to stick to less than 600 miles. And I can get all the way down to Tennessee. And that's at the outer edge, but it's 600 miles. I mean, it's only 500 to get to Camden. It's only 595 to get to Valor Ridge.
Yeah,
I shouldn't say
you
only.
can't go. You can't
It's
go
still
wrong.
a long day.
Illinois, huh? What about Ohio? Can you get to Ohio? Is that
Yeah.
closer? Is that closer than Camden?
Oh, well, depending on where it is, it's similar.
Hmm.
Depends on where you're going.
Because there's a lot of Alliance, that Alliance Training Center has got a lot of. They host a shit ton of fucking people. But yeah, I mean, what can you do? I'll tell you to do fighting pistol. I think you get a lot from it. I think you'll love it. Or the Valor Ridge, it can't be that much different, man. It's like,
would you say when and this is something only because I've seen him. It's a personality thing, but as much as it shouldn't count, sometimes it does play a role, both positively as well as sometimes negatively in one's experience. That when Reed is like when he was doing did a couple of educational stuff via tactical response. When you see him on tape, is that the same guy that you see training? As far as how his personality comes across?
I don't. Probably not, because you're gonna be working so hard and sweating and loading magazines so hard, shooting and doing all the, like, he's just gonna be watching you, man. Like, he might give you some tips here and there. You know what I'm saying? And then, but like, you're not gonna get lectures like that. I mean, I'm sure you're gonna get some sort of.
Oh no, I'm not expecting lectures like that. That's not what I mean. I just mean
his personality is that, dude. Yeah, he's the way he is on these fucking videos, dude. But like, that's what I mean. Like, he's gonna be sitting there with his fucking ear protection on and his shooting glasses behind a probably like 10 to 15 students with his instructors, and they're going to be watching you, like, and giving you tips and coming over to you, and yeah, they ain't got time to talk, man. Like, you don't have time to fucking breathe. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're doing these drills, you're loading magazines, and then maybe there'll be some talking. Oh yeah, his personality, if you're saying is that him, that's definitely him, bro. I mean, yeah, no.
A deep, introspective kind of a guy.
Well, no. When he's talking about like George Washington and Thomas Jefferson and shit, no, that was some other shit, dude. No, I don't. He's definitely deep. Kind of. I don't know. I wouldn't even say deep. He knows his history and stuff. But like, when it comes to the shooting stuff, man, like like he's not gonna be. You're not gonna be talking. You're gonna be shooting. It's too loud to talk.
No, I'm not talking about during the exercises. As an example, when you're about to end one exercise and go to something that's different. You have to set up the exercise. You have to demo the exercise. You're talking to the students. You're answering questions about it. Does anybody have any questions? I mean, that sort of thing.
No, yeah, he's really good. I think he was a teacher. So like, no, he was a really good instructor.
That's all I mean about talking. I don't mean lectures
really good.
at all.
No, yeah, he's really good. He was good. He was good like that. He was definitely good. And so was Jay, and so was that guy Tim. They were good. They were good. I don't know. I think like I said, I don't think it would be like this. I would say, if you were going to a restaurant and it was like this is your favorite restaurant, and then the chef was there for a while and was like, hey, I'm opening up a new restaurant, and I'm telling you, like, hey, you could go to this place because it's good, food's good, or go to this other place because it can't be bad because this fucking guy was the chef there for years and it was great, whatever. I don't think you can go fucking wrong. Actually, I might even do the Valor Ridge over Tactical Response just because I've seen their facility look so great. Like, you know what I mean? Like, their range looks so nice, and their rifle range looks so fucking awesome. that I might do that just because it looks so. I mean, honestly, it's pretty. You know what I mean? Like they got a nice lot of land, and you know, you've seen the tactical response range. That shit look like a shotgun shell, fucking floor, dude. Like it's just brass, and you better bring knee pads, dude, for that shit. Because it's
well, yeah, actually, I hadn't heard knee pads coming, but yeah,
it's brass. It's brass and shells. You know what I mean? I don't know. But I the other guy I used to like too. I used to watch his videos. Seemed like he was another guy who liked to spend a lot of money on training. Scott Harrison, his name was. He was always at Tactical Response with Yeager. He did the. He was the guy who came up with the danger check or whatever. Remember? Oh, danger check that bitch. You know, make sure that's you know. Yeah, he left with Reed. And another guy who was awesome, at Tactical Response, was a doctor. I think he was a doctor, or no, he was like a nurse. He was a male nurse. His name was like James or something like. I forgot his fucking name. Anyway, they left too. So like his instructors, those guys were good, man. It was, you know, I just think you can't go wrong with that shit. You know, 1,000 rounds, guns, making noise, learning, training, getting a lot of fucking practice in. Well, it's training, but like, goddamn, man, you draw your gun and fire so many fucking times in 2 days, and mag changes and malfunction clearing. You know, that's one thing. So taking that one class, like, kind of. It helped me. It helped me a lot. Get over my fear. Like, the gun's gonna jam. What are you gonna do when the gun jams? Yeah, like, fucking clear that fucking shit.
Fix it.
Clear it. Yeah, that's quick. It's so fast that like it's a fucking easy and fast to do it. Unless you got that you know, that 3-point malfunction, that failure to extract with a round behind it, you know. Which is rare, but if you get one of those, so you got to strip the mag out.
Now, I'm just curious. How would you say your speed is now as compared to, let's say, a month after you took your last tactical class, as far as reloads and correcting malfunctions? Do you think you still have some decent muscle memory, or? Oh,
from that shit, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, and I definitely was smart enough, or I was probably gun channels and G-Webs and shit telling me, like, you know, I wore what the fuck I wore. Like, I wear what I wear. So I wore jeans and a t-shirt and a polo t-shirt on top of that, like a golf shirt. That's what I usually would wear. That's what I wore. Like, so that's what I wore to Fighting Pistol. I didn't wear these guys were wearing all kinds of weird shit, drop leg holsters and fucking, you know, dude had an IDPA rig with his fisherman's vest and, like, you know, and man, that's not cool. Because every draw is training, but every draw in that class is, like, for me, was awesome. I mean, anyway. Because it's not muscle memory, but it's just fucking getting it in your brain, like it's brainwashed. I told you, like how fast am I? A little bit faster? Maybe, I don't know. I'm not really going for like super. I'm not doing a timer.
Oh no, I just mean your perception as compared to before you took it.
Oh my god! Yeah, before I took it, I was a mess, dude.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that. That's why
I'm just saying I was a mess. Dude. I was slow. I don't even know. I wasn't doing the two-handed garment clearing thing too. Like, I was using one hand or sweeping up and around and shit. Honestly, the way they teach it, with the two-handed, you take your left hand and your right hand and you pull your shirt up or your hoodie or whatever the hell. It works all the time. And I go back. I go away from it now because, you know, that's just me, right? Like, but I know that does work every time. That's probably is the best way to do it.
And that's what?
It's the left hand and your right hand. Left hand and on one side of the gun, the right hand on the other. You grab your shirt or your sweatshirt or your t-shirt and your sweatshirt or your winter coat, whatever the fuck you're clearing, your garment. 2 hands, you pull that shit up and over your gun, right? And then your left hand stays there by your pectoral, and then your right hand goes back down to the gun, gets the grip, and draw. And then your hands can meet somewhere up in your upper chest. You know what I mean? So like that way of clearing a garment is fucking, it's fail safe. You know what I mean? Like it works every fucking time. Where like a hook, you hook your thumb or a one-handed thingamajig, like you only use your firing hand to clear your garment and then come back down with your firing hand and get your grip. It might work, but it's not gonna work. It might not work every single time in, you know, every single situation.
What
But
purpose?
you're doing that every time.
What purpose does the shirt serve?
Well, it might not be
You're
a
taking
shirt.
the shirt and you're wrapping it over the top of the gun.
No, I'm saying like, say you're wearing a t-shirt and you're not tucking your shirt in, or your sweatshirt, or like if you're wearing a hooded sweatshirt and a t-shirt underneath it, or a button-down shirt, like a regular Oxford style shirt and an undershirt, and you're carrying concealed, you know, you gotta defeat your clothes to get to your gun, or you can fuck up and like snag your gun on your clothing, or snag your clothing on the holster or something like that, and like get a fucked up draw, like, you know what I mean? So defeating your clothing to get to your gun is an important thing, especially if you're living in a place where you wear a coat, like, because I wear a coat. And they teach this way, no matter if you're wearing just a t-shirt. Say you're just wearing one t-shirt. You take your left and your right hand and you pull your t-shirt up, and then you grab your gun and draw. You know what I mean? Like this is a specific way of doing it.
So you're drawing from concealment.
Right. But the way they teach it is different than other people. Like other people will teach you like make a hook out of your thumb, or
I thought you were talking about clearing a malfunction. I'm like,
oh
well,
no. I'm talking about the draw.
Your gun with your shirt.
Oh no. I'm just talking about the draw and how important that was for me. So that shit was awesome. And going away from that, where like I might not do that every time when I'm just practicing. I might do it one-handed, but that's the kind of shit I'm talking about. It's that like Tactical Response took a bunch of stuff from a lot of instructors, and he kind of boiled it down to what he thought was great, and what would work the best. And that's why that guy Paul Gardner, when he said that, you know, you guys want to shit on Tactical Response and stuff because of the kind of students that it's open classes and the guys aren't fucking high speed SWAT guys, and yeah, it's a bunch of fat guys, you know, with Paul Gardner, when he said that, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Like, but he said, dude, if you're on, they teach that class as if they're never going to see you again, because they're most likely aren't going to see. These aren't guys who train like every 6 months, taking all these kind of classes. You know what I mean? Like they weren't really the Magpul kind of students. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm trying to say is I agree with that. It's a great school. You can make fun of it all you fucking want. There's tons of people do. But if you're going to take one class a year or one class every few years, like, why not make that fucking class? Because it really is like refined for that long, man. Like for over 10 or 15 years.
I've never heard of people making fun of the class.
Oh, hell, dude, yeah, they do. They do it on the fucking internet all the time too, like in the forums and stuff. Oh, Tactical Response, blah, blah, blah. And like, you know, when you go there, it's funny because those guys, Jay and stuff, will say, oh, I'll only train with like the top tier 1 guys. Like you have to be Kyle DeFore or fucking, you know, Kyle Land. Like you have to be in the SEALs, or you have to have been a Delta Force guy, or you know, I'll only take a class from a Marine, you know, Special Forces dude, or whatever the fuck. And he's like, half the time these guys won't ever train anyway. They're just talking shit. You know, like, they'll never take a class. They like to shit on like Tactical Response because it's just so popular. You know what I'm saying? It really is like super popular. And then, you know, because of James. Because that guy's personality was like, he was selling that shit. Like, okay, I'm gonna become a salesman, and sell it. Where
Right.
like Tom Givens, do you even know what he looks like? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, no one knows who these other dudes were. They know who James is.
Yeah, well, I mean, when you said the name, I didn't know it, but then when I saw his picture, then I recognized him.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm much better with faces than names.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
G-Webs, were you going to say something about people putting down tactical response or putting down something? Or is that somebody else?
I believe it's now the fad to put it down because their video went up about the somebody in a wheelchair. So that was like a new round of hate.
Yeah, I say the first round of hate might have been downrange photographer. Second round of hate might have been there was a shoot. There was someone shot themselves. Then another round of hate was when Tim fucking made someone step on their gun, or he stepped on the gun and the gun went off. And then now there's this video of like a guy in a wheelchair that's not Paul Gardner, and like they're pushing him, and everyone's walking towards the target because you're shooting while you're advancing towards the target. And the guy in the wheelchair obviously couldn't do that, so some guy got behind him, started pushing him, but then he's like at least 20 feet behind the line, behind people, and he's shooting. And the whole fucking class is like in front of him shooting, and that looks crazy on video. You know what I mean? It looks crazy. And maybe if James was there, or maybe if someone else was there with would have said, yo, no. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know.
Don't do it.
No, I think that they would, and the fact that it looks crazy is why everybody's freaking out about it. And it's cool to freak out about it. Like it's the style of the times.
That's
and
what it is.
The TikTok that he's done like on Instructor Zero and stuff like that, he got a lot of hate from like fanboys of Instructor Zero and stuff like that too.
When people are in front of you and you're shooting at the target and they're way in front of you and you're shooting, people are going to go ape shit. Because that's what rule is that? That's like the 180 rule. Like that's the line rule. Like now people are ahead of the line. You're behind the line and you're shooting. It's not going to go down well with anybody. Except if you were there. Maybe if you were there, you'd be like, oh, dude, that guy, the way that guy was shooting, his groups were fucking 1 inch. He was shooting a 2-inch fucking group. You know what I mean? Like, how the fuck could he have hit me or whatever the fuck? Or like, because, you're not wearing fucking bulletproof armor, on your back. But that's what the downrange photographer thing was. It was like, by the time they do that, they know every single person there and how they're shooting. And if they thought one person's going to just start shooting rounds stray rounds are going to hit this guy, they wouldn't do it. They know by like the second day, everyone's groups are usually around 8 inches. Like,
so
6 inches.
That particular exercise that they were doing, were you able to tell whether that was a late afternoon day one or a day two thing?
That was probably day two. That's because like when you start moving back, you're moving back and you're moving forward. I think that's day two. And if that guy wasn't in the wheelchair, he would have just been with everybody else. Actually, when I took that class and we did that thing, instructors were pushing me in the back because I was falling behind the line, and they were doing that. Like they were monitoring everybody, and if you were falling behind everyone else moving forward, they would push you. Like, okay, they grab you by your shoulders and just advance you forward, just like they did with the guy with the wheelchair. But that, he didn't push him enough, I guess, or whatever the fuck it is. But G-Web's right. There's like, it comes in waves. Like videos will get out of some shit and it'll just explode. And then the whole other shit where people just were like, oh, I won't only train with people who are like famous war heroes.
Well, there's always snobs. And there's always going to be haters. Haters are kind of like trolls. There's always going to be somebody out there that's got to stick up their ass.
Yeah, they're snobbery.
I mean, they hate everybody.
if this was golf and we were all like golfers and we love golfing and we went to like once every couple of years we went to a golf instruction place. Like,
With
okay,
our
we're going
HK.
a golf camp. Because they have it, dude. I've seen basketball camps and golf camps and all types of shit. You know, you could go, some people would be like, I'm only going to go to the golf camp with Jack Nicklaus is going to instruct for like a week or whatever. You know what I mean? Like they get caught up in the names and stuff. And that's why a lot of people would say like, oh, you're just saying tactical response because they're famous or whatever. What about Joe Blow down the street? He teaches a good class too. I don't know Joe Blow's history, and I'm telling you that Jaeger worked with a lot of fucking people. He's taken a shit ton of fucking thousands of classes and stuff. And his instructors are like, you know, he was sending them to Tom Givens, like I said. This is all stuff I know. Joe Blow down the street, I have no fucking clue. He might have learned all his shit from Magpul videos. It's hard to research it because he's just Joe Blow from up the block.
You know, this is somewhat related, but somewhat not. Is, you know, I forget the guy's name, but he's the musician that also is now an instructor. That was not, you know, just 3-4 years ago was not an instructor.
Kenny Loggins
And Messina?
Awesome.
No. But he had actually made a couple of songs as well.
I know who you're talking about. The guy that carries 2 Glocks now.
Probably. But he was from New York City, or I believe he was from New York City. In fact, he had done a couple of videos with him
New
and his
York
girlfriend.
City.
FX Hummel?
Yes.
FX Hummel's
New York
not from
City.
New York
He's
City.
from New York City.
No.
Okay.
New
then
York City.
Does he work at Tactical Response now or no?
My impression, I don't know about right now, but my impression is that he was either guest.
He's talking about FX Hummel.
Yeah, he was working there. Yeah.
Yes. But I had subscribed to him long before he had even taken a class down there. And that's why, you know, I'm curious as far as how he got pulled into being a full-time firearms instructor from being a musician and that being his lifetime passion.
Oh, Reed told us, like in the class, Reed was some guy who was a Marine, and then he was like a cop, and then he was a school teacher. And he went to Tactical Response and then took every single class he could and then wouldn't leave and like would keep taking classes and shit. And basically James was like, what the fuck? You know, do you want to work here? Or like they had an instructor class too. So FX Hummel was sort of like that. He's taken every single fucking class probably more than once. And at some point was like, there's a job opening? All right, I'm moving down. What's your qualifications? I've taken every single class yours 3 times or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, that's the class. Yeah. That's your qualification at that point, is that you know the fucking classes. And you're around him all the time, so he knows you can teach it.
Is that what Dan was going to do?
That's what I was going to ask. You going to teach tactical response down
there? I don't have any good years left to do that.
Oh.
Physically,
you're the old guy that teaches the class version.
Sounds like you're asking a lot of questions. I feel like that's what you're thinking about doing.
Oh no, I physically cannot do it.
Okay.
I would say don't fucking take any classes. Go to the range you keep going to, and just keep shooting at these paper targets.
In short, I'm a 55-year-old guy with a fucked up spine.
Keep practicing P-Cup, and like Yankee, you'll eventually decide that you don't need classes anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You be self-taught from what you learn on the internet. I mean, I know that's what I did. You should have seen my groups. They were awesome. It happens. There's some awesome classes out there. There's like a shotgun. I would love to take a shotgun class and all that stuff. Rifle class. Car classes. I love driving. I've been driving my whole life. You know, really? Guys, I've been shooting my whole life. I've been shooting my entire life. I've been driving almost my entire life. But I still would love to take like a cool driving class. You know?
Oh yeah.
where they have like the ice and the oil. They simulate like you losing control and you obstacle courses and shit. It's how could that not make you a better driver?
Exactly. You know, whether it's gravel or whether it's ice, you know, or snow, I mean, they all have similarities as far as, you know, your front end plowing, difference between rear wheel driving and front wheel driving in those same conditions. I mean, my son has had his driver's license and technically been driving for 5 years, but he only learned how to drive in the snow in the last 3 weeks. Because he's been a student, he never had to drive. But now he's working, so he had to learn. So luckily, the first snowstorm came on a weekend, so that's what we did. We found some hills, we found some parking lots, and showed how to get up a hill when your front tires just want to spin. If you're going, you know, making a turn and the front tires break loose in the middle of a turn, what to do. Well, that's really taking it off the road. That has absolutely nothing to do with what we were talking about.
No, it is. It's about driving schools and
off.
yeah, driving. We've all been driving and instruction and practicing driving. I practice driving every day.
Example of, you know, you can be driving for years, yet that still doesn't know that you really know how to drive.
Well, I know how to drive, and I practice driving every day. But I think if I took like a fucking driving class, it would be awesome. I wish.
Oh yeah, I think that'd be a blast. You know, controlled 180 turns.
Controlled reverse 180 turns. They do some of that up in the Poconos. What's his face teaches it in Virginia? Matt Graham, defensive driving.
Oh yeah.
You know, they start bashing cars into each other. See, that's another level. I'm not even.
Yeah, it's all defensive driving.
Yeah, that's like
offensive
how to
driving.
set another car. You know, how to make another car lose control and stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not going to pay for that. I just go rent a car, get the insurance, and go nuts in a parking lot.
That shit might be awesome, dude. If you videotape that,
buddies.
If you put that on YouTube, I could learn from you and just practice watching that.
I'm just going to start the YouTube video by renting a car from whatever rental car place and then getting whatever the maximum amount of insurance is. And then the rest of the video will be 15 minutes of smashing it up in whatever the parking lot. And then the
Can you
rest of it,
imagine?
going back in and collecting my bonus.
I'm doing it, dude. I'm
There was a lot of
stealing
ice
that
in the
idea.
parking lot, and I expect some kind of bonus.
I'm stealing that idea, man. Sorry.
And to think all you really have to do is watch TV and say, well, if I take the front passenger's bumper and I hit the rear third of the car just after the rear tire, I steer into it, I should be able to knock him sideways.
You gotta hit the back corner of the car.
Right.
Yeah.
Or correct, I should say. Because right would be left, and left is correct. You hear that? Left-handed is correct.
And you can't half-ass it, Dan.
I need some kind of a snack. I'm hungry.
I got
Now
some
that
coffee.
Hillary
3 hours
lost.
before you sleep. Leave that 3 hours before you sleep without eating.
Yep.
Can you
I'm gonna
imagine
have
if
some,
Hillary
and
won?
then I'm gonna go straight to bed.
What did you say? Ice cream and straight to bed? That's the worst thing you can do.
I think I have a bowl of cereal.
You're gonna have nightmares, Dan.
A bowl of cereal, like a Saturday morning. I'm having a snack right now.
I just ate a tomato, but I'll be up for another couple hours probably.
I just woke up.
I wouldn't say.
I'll be up.
I wouldn't even want to imagine it. If like Hillary won, like Dana wouldn't even be talking about taking a fucking class.
Oh man, it would be a different mood.
It would be like, I wish I could take a class, but I have a 9mm crisis. Nine millimeter is not available. I could take the class, but I have to shoot 357 SIG. It's not that much more money.
1,000 rounds of 357 SIG.
I'd do it with KKM comp on that shit. Like, ooh, look how flat this shit is shooting, super flat. My rolling special in 357 SIG.
That would be sick.
It would be sick. I'll tell you one thing. No one shits on that caliber. Like all the shit talking. Like,
can't.
Oh,
nothing to shit
like
on.
357 SIG. Well, I ain't got nothing to say about that. Like that shit actually is different.
I just got back. What'd you say? Nobody shits on what?
357 SIG.
Oh, yep. Except
like
the price.
People, exactly. Like that's all they'll say is it's expensive. Well, most people will be like, oh, it's 357 SIG. It's 1,300 feet
It's got to be good. It has SIG in the name.
It's got to be good. It's almost 1,300 feet per second.
Yeah, that is moving.
At a 125 grain bullet.
Like a barrier penetrating 9mm.
I don't understand why they didn't get that thing more in 357 Magnum speeds.
It's close, dude. It's like, I think last time I was looking at it, it was like 50 or 25. It's literally 25 or 50 feet per second difference. It's so close.
Because I thought 357 was almost always in the 1,400 feet per second.
Well,
14 and a quarter, 1450.
I thought it was 13 and a quarter. Yeah, well, that's the magic number, I guess, is when you get into that.
Don't they make 357 SIG and plus P? I'm sure they do.
No. I've never seen it.
No, same with 40. They don't have 40 or 357 SIG and plus P because it's already a high pressure round loaded to bear.
Oh shit! This guy's got this shit. Wait. 15 Underwood is doing a 1,500 feet per second.
Well, what is that, like a 95 grain projectile?
No, I don't think. Wait. What the? It's 125 grain.
Kevin Underwood is the mad scientist of loading bullets.
That is nuts, dude. That is fucking nuts, dude. All right. I don't have it. I don't want it.
Like, do they have like a disclaimer saying you can only shoot it through certain guns?
Yeah, it's got to be a Glock. That's it. Like, if it's a Glock, it's okay.
I'm pretty sure it's SIG, seeing it's 357 caliber.
No. That is true. All right, so wait. So I'm just going to look at Gold Dot, because that's what I had when I had the 357 SIG. I had Gold Dot. They didn't make plus P. What are they advertising? Here's what they advertise. Spear Gold Dot. It don't matter. This is bullshit anyway. Okay, 357 SIG. Okay. 125 grain. I was wrong, Dana. You're right. It was 1350 at the muzzle. So Spear Gold Dot 357 SIG at the muzzle, so 1350. And let me look at their 357 Magnum. I think it's like 50 feet per second, which is not a big fucking difference. Basically,
a lot of times they list that for like a 5-inch barrel though too. So
they're okay. Wait. So my bad. So it's 100 because at the muzzle 357 Magnum Gold Dot 1450. They don't tell you like the test barrel either, but anyway. 100 feet per second difference. That's a little bit more substantial. I thought it was like 50. Either way, it's
like if it was like 600 to 700 feet per second. Like, one's 600 feet per second, one's 700 feet per second, which is obviously extremely slow. The 100 feet per
38
second,
special.
the 100 feet per second would be a big thing, but at 1350 to
And the
1450,
1450, yeah, dude. Either way,
really not that
in a Glock in a 357 Magnum revolver where you might have 6 or 7, but in a Sig or a Glock you could have,
13 to
14.
15.
Yeah, 14, 15. That's nuts, dude. I think mine was a 13 round, like 13 plus 1, right? In that size. But a full size Glock would be 15.
16 actually.
Yeah, 15
and
plus 1, right? That is no fucking joke.
Yeah, New Mexico State Trooper actually killed was it a brown bear or a black bear with a 357 SIG?
No, it's no joke.
So
that's a hog. I mean, a lot of people who hog hunt, that'll be their handgun because like they want to be able to take down the hog if something goes wrong.
Yeah, it gets too close.
Yeah, who's acting stupid out
What's 38 special plus P go?
here? Spear? I think it's 1,000.
Okay, I got a Glock question for
Here,
any
wait.
Glock experts in here. Did the
Oh,
Model
it's 900.
29
No, wait, real quick. Moon food.
Go.
It's let's see, because that was
This is like an AARP round. That's what you're telling
hold on. It's 945 at the muzzle.
It's slow.
Yeah.
Do they have the Goldot 185 gram plus P 45 ACP?
Yeah, I have a box of that shit, so yeah, it's right here. No, yeah. Well, they got their plus P is a 200 grain. It's going 1080 at the muzzle, and their 185 is going 1050, but that's not the plus P.
So
that's pretty hot for a 45.
Oh,
That's
fuck
my
yeah, dude. I have a box. Go ahead.
Mr. Host, may I ask a question?
I'm a feet per second guy.
Okay. For you Glock aficionados, and yes, I could Google it, but I'm eating my cereal. Did the Model 29 Glock ever come in a compensated version?
I got a 29
Actually, no. From the factory? I don't know. I don't think so.
I thought they stopped making like C models in Gen 2.
No,
yeah, but the C models were always like the 40s and the 9s, and I don't even think did they ever make a Glock 21C?
I think they had a whole line of
29.
I'm just saying, like I don't think so. But you can Google it. I don't think so because I know they made a 19C, but I'm just saying it's the compact.
Oh yeah, the 9
I don't
mils.
even know if they made a 20C.
You want a 10 millimeter C?
Yeah, with the comp, with the little comp. Dude, you're supposed to get that KKM comp. That shit's
they make
flat.
They made it.
They did.
Yeah.
So get one, Dano. Take the fucking
This guy
classes
got
out.
it on arms lift for $749.
What gen is it?
Gen 3.
Okay. Cool.
If you want to wait, supposedly the Gen 4 Cs are coming out. They're gonna make a batch of like every one, I guess.
Now, how much energy do you think you're losing out of the compensation, out of the
50
comp?
feet. I think
Dude,
it's
did you
small.
ever see where the port starts? It starts like way down the barrel, like an inch after the rifling.
What are you talking about? By the muzzle?
Porting.
You mean by the muzzle?
I didn't see that. I see the holes by the muzzle, but the actual porting is like more in the middle of the barrel.
I didn't know that. I don't think. I think the average comp you're only going to lose like 50 feet per second. It's not a lot.
And out
You
of a
gotta
10
look at the-
millimeter, that's really not that big a deal.
If it's going to make you shoot flatter, but honestly, I'm
Well,
always
it's
going to be
about-
scared of the fireball, dude. That's all I
It's
care
about
about.
recoil management.
Yeah, to me, it's about the fucking fireball. That's going to just blow up in your fucking eye.
I call that fucking fun.
Yeah.
Until
light,
you're missing
I
your
call that
eyebrow.
Dumb. Yeah, until you're blind for a second.
Yeah, remember that picture you used to have up, Daniel?
That shit was a fire breather. That was 40.
That was also a Photoshop picture.
No, it was
No,
a
I don't
still picture.
I don't think that was Photoshop, dude. I was seeing that photo a long, long time. I think that was from Glock. Wasn't it?
Yeah, it was one of their ads.
It was like on an ad, yeah. Although I did see an ad for Glock when the Glock 26 came out, like in like the 90s. They must have found Andre the Giant, and they were like, "Can we take your hand, and then we're going to put the Glock 26 in your hand?" And they took a photo of it. It's sitting at the headquarters there, and it's so fake because it looks like a joke. You know what I mean? Like it's like the world's biggest hand holding a fucking 26, and it says something in the ad. Like, have the firepower in the palm of your hand or something like that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Freaking, so you're saying it looks like a 42 in a normal person's hand?
Yeah, dude. It looks like a fucking LCP, dude.
They did the same thing. HK did the same thing with that P30 SK. One of the ads. It's like some guy's giant hand. They're going to try to make it look smaller.
Dude in fucking Germany, man.
Probably the same dude. They just called him a giant hand model.
Bunch of fucking Nazis.
What do you do for a living? I'm a giant hand model. Really? Let me see. Oh, crap. That is a big hand.
Fucking some real idiots walking around these streets right now. Morons. It's like Thursday's like the get fucking drunk day. These guys can't even walk. I wish I was a cop sometimes, dude. I just like
yeah, Christmas.
Follow these fuckers to their car and pull them over. I mean, you're drunk as shit. Just watched you walk to your car.
So I finally got to pick up my lower today.
Oh shit! What kind of lower did you get?
Aero
Polymer?
Precision.
Oh,
No,
you
Aero
should have got that polymer joint.
Oh yeah, dude. No, I'll take the Aero Precision with the matching upper that I have now. So,
What kind of lower did you get again, Heavy?
Aero Precision.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Now, did you just get one?
Yeah, I just got one. I can only register one at a time.
All I need is one.
Freaking yeah! So I finally got it.
Well,
And-
the only reason I asked is because
kill people?
if an ear breaks off with your changes, you're kind of screwed.
How are you going to install the bullet button in this bitch?
I'm not.
What?
I'm not. I'm making an SPR out of it, and there's a Thordson stock. It's kind of like that New Jersey stock thing. They're actually, I got to check one out. They're actually real fucking comfortable, dude. They're like,
I'm telling you, I don't care what they look like. That's the one I would get if I lived in one of them states.
What makes absolutely no sense to me, as fucked up as California is, they still allow NFA items. Yet
No,
my
we don't.
state, Illinois, does not allow NFA.
No, they don't.
No. You cannot have NFA items in California, not unless you're a Class 3 FFL holder or law enforcement,
Oh, I guess I misunderstood what you said.
or extremely rich.
I think you said SPR, right?
Yeah,
Not
SPR.
BR.
Yeah, not SPR. A sapper rifle.
Oh, okay.
Since I'm going to build that up, I'm going to go ahead and use that freaking thing on there. Freaking, because it's going to be a precision rifle anyway. I'm going to be shooting for distance. I'm not going to be all testicle and shit.
That's the one that has like the Monte Carlo stuff.
Yeah, it's kind of like that. It attaches at the pistol grip. It comes down and then back up. It looks like kind of like a check mark with a really. It's actually pretty well built. It feels really nice in the hand.
Dude, that's better than that fucking block, that slab of shit that they put near the trigger or whatever that is. And
slab of shit.
The Kydex thing. Where if
That Hasnazi, that weirdo shit.
If you only had half a hand,
it's
it
like
would
a
be
blade.
perfect.
Yeah, well, that's how you can make your AK
featureless.
Featureless, because the muzzle brake, the slant brake on an AK is just that. It's a slant brake.
You guys
and
are
muzzle
so
brakes.
fucked. I'm telling you what.
Muzzle brakes are allowed. So
Lieutenant Governor Gavin Dickface, he's going to be your next governor. and he's
no doubt in my
and
mind.
he's all about. He's really just famous for being an anti-gun douchebag. Like there's nothing else he's got going for him. And he was, if you ever watch Fox, The Five, Kimberly Guilfoyle, that was his old whore. So he had children with her. But other than that, that's what he's famous for. Porking Kimberly Guilfoyle and just being the most outrageous anti-gun douchebag. And he's going to be the fucking goddamn governor, so I don't know what's coming next, but I was thinking, like, if I was a gun manufacturer, I would definitely be, like, thinking about California and how to make some money off of the victims of the state.
They're already doing
you know what I'm saying? No, for real, though. But better than these weirdo bullet button shits. Like, doing something else, man.
Well, the cool thing about having a featureless rifle, because I plan on putting a muzzle brake on it, not a compensator or a fucking flash hider, because I'm going to be making a precision rifle. So I'll have a muzzle brake on it. I'll have the Thorson stock on it, and I will be able to not have the bullet button because it's a featureless rifle. You don't need to have a bullet button. You can have what some people are calling a freedom button. A freedom mag release instead of a freaking bullet button. So
now, what does
that's
that
kind of cool.
That's the sad part.
Fearless rifle, or
it can't have a pistol grip. It can't have a vertical foregrip. It can't have a collapsible stock,
threaded barrel,
or a telescoping stock. It can't have a flash hider on it, or an A2 compensator. But you can have a muzzle brake. And there are some pretty cool ones. I was watching videos Dead Horse linked me to yesterday, and there's the one guy in there. He was using Lantac muzzle brakes, and they're pretty nice looking brakes, and they work. So at least in the video, I don't know. I don't know.
Are you doing that style because you have to, or because that's what you prefer?
Well, out of my choices, that's what I prefer.
Okay.
It's like I'm going to, I mean, I can always change it if and when the laws change, or I fucking go to a free state. But freaking, at least I'll be able to do it. And it is, it's not a bad thing. Like I said, I'm building a precision rifle, so it's not going to hurt it any.
Right.
So I'm not really concerned about, having a vertical foregrip or an angled foregrip with a compensator and a fucking pistol grip on it. Although I will admit, if the laws change and or I move out of state, freaking I will be changing that shit up most Ricky Tick.
Okay. Ricky Tick. I like that.
So yeah, I got it. Man, the milling in these things are fucking beautiful, man. You don't see any fucking. It's just all smooth. There's no fucking milling marks. It's just beautifully done. That's fucking. I'm very happy with my purchase.
Oh, did you get yours unfinished?
No, it's
the Gen 2
nitrated. Yeah, it's the Gen 2. I got the Gen 2 with the Aero Precision upper to match, and then the cool thing about the Gen 2 is it's got a kind of like a set screw, set Allen screw in the behind where the handle, where you bolt the handle on. And what it does is you just tighten that up, and it puts pressure on the rear locking lug for the upper receiver, and it takes the wiggle out of the gun. So, like, if for some reason you were to mix and match and it was loose fitting, which these are actually pretty tight fitting, like, I actually had to work to get it into place, and that's without pins, and then the damn thing was solid as a rock. You could just adjust that set screw, and it would just put it just put pressure up on it, and it would take the wiggle out of the gun. It's kind of like a built-in buffer. When I mean buffer, I don't mean like buffer tubes.
Talk about the wiggle
in
the.
Yeah, I call it a buffer because of 1911s. It's it's like a built-in one of those. So,
you mean the wiggle in the buttstock?
AccuWedge.
No.
The wiggle between the upper and the lower. if it's not tight.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah, if, like a mil spec will tend to rattle a little bit.
Noveski
You know?
does that to their lowers, Gen 3s or whatever they are.
Well, I know Aero Precision makes uppers and lowers for a lot of people, so
They probably make them for Noveski.
probably Noveski just stamps them or something. So, I mean, I know they make them for spikes too, so I'm like, I'm impressed with it. I like it. I can't, it's like, no, next stop is Dead Horse Link, not Link Me, but turn me on to a barrel and bolt maker out here. It's called Spencer Precision, which I'm sure you guys have heard him mention. He used the spiral fluted barrels on his SPR builds that he did. They're out here in Cali, and when I get the money together, I can get, if I can wait for a sale, I can get a bolt and a barrel for what, like $225, something like that. And I can just walk in there and say, hey, yeah, I want this. Can you do this? And they're like, yeah, here's money. Thank you.
Did
And
you
then walk away.
Did you hear that Moon Food, that chat about the guns on that PNS shit? Anyway,
Which one?
the one they just did about guns, history of firearms. They were talking about how funny it is that like fucking Stoner and them were like in Hollywood. The fucking first ARs were built in Hollywood, California, man, in a garage. Like they met each other at a range. Some dude was the guy from Carnicon, one of the dudes who used to work at Carnicon. Like shit, that fat guy. He works at CMMG. He worked at a bunch of gun companies. Like actually, he designed the Mutant. So anyway, the guy's in the industry. I had no fucking clue. But like he was on that show, and he just was breaking down the history of shit. And it's just so funny that fucking the AR was built and designed in Hollywood, California, in some guy's garage. I never heard that before. So it's karma, motherfuckers.
And look at us now, right?
Yeah, exactly. I never heard that before. I've seen early fucking like shit that said Hollywood on it. I didn't even think it was Hollywood, California. I don't know. I didn't see the CA mark.
Hey, speaking of Carnicon, sorry, don't mean to jump track here. My friend Brad just turned me on to these YouTube videos we were watching. Freaking Superpower Beatdown. You guys heard of that?
No, not yet.
Oh,
Now I
dude,
have.
fucking yeah. Well, it's a bunch of Carnicon people, and they do like fucking actually pretty well fucking produced fucking superhero things like Batman versus Darth Vader. And
Oh wait. No, yeah, I did see that shit. Yeah.
Yeah, like
A couple
generally got
years
some
ago.
pretty decent chicks, and there's a lot of cleavage shots and the like, who do you think's gonna win kind of thing, as I don't know, but it's fucking pretty cool shit, dude. Like watched a bunch of them today.
That guy was funny, dude. The guy from Carnicon, I forgot his name, who like is a gun designer and works as gun, whatever the fuck. He kept saying like, recently, he didn't say recently. He was like, I designed the Mark, whatever the fuck they're calling that Mutant, like the Mark.
Isn't like the Mark
4? I don't know. Yeah, Mark 47, I think it is. So he's like, I designed the Mark 47. There's another guy in the chat who was like a combat guy, and was like, you designed that piece of shit. Like, that thing is fucking piece of shit. Like, and he's like, he was getting all scared. Like, not scared, but he was like, oh, yeah, I know. Like, tell me about it. Like, I did it for the job. I did it for the check. You know what I'm saying? I just did whatever. So then, like, they're talking about it for 10 minutes. And then that dude Roland was like, oh, I'm talking about the fucking grenade launcher, man. Like the Mark 47. He's like, oh no, I'm talking about the Mutant. It's an AK. It's like an AK AR. It's so funny, dude.
They accidentally admit that it's a piece of shit.
Yeah. He don't care. He don't work there anymore, I don't think. But like, yeah.
Well, I think he was worried about getting his ass stomped.
I never heard anything bad about it though. I
What,
never
the
heard
Mutant?
anything about it. Yeah, like nobody's
I
bought
loved
one.
it. I loved it. I shot that shit at that Iraq shit. I loved
Mutants
it.
like shoot cars and shit, dude. Like if you get a mutant, you accidentally shoot the hood of your car.
I loved it. I thought it was fucking awesome. And, you know, but he it was just so funny that they were having like two separate conversations for like 10 minutes about this thing. Yes, it was a good one. It was like 3 hours. It was like, no, that was a 5-hour gun thing. Because all they did was talk about guns. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Too many times, man. Like when all these good chats are happening, man. It's fucking too much, man. Joe Rogan had a good chat today with Ron White, that cool comedian who, like,
Ron White's still alive?
yeah. And it was a great fucking podcast, man. I'm like I only listened to like a half hour of it.
I'm disgusted.
Yeah, my
with Joe
sister
Rogan.
saw him last year, and freaking, she said, I guess he just got divorced or whatever, and he was all drunk and bitter on stage, and it wasn't that funny. I was like, well, you know, divorce does that, so.
Half, motherfucker, half. You probably lost half. The only part I listened to, he was talking about, like, is there life after death? You know, Rogan was smoking weed, so he's trying to get all deep. And then Ron White was like, oh, I know there is, because I lived in a haunted house for fucking, like, 5 years. He's like, I know. He said, look, one time my son was sleeping in the room, and the fucking ghost knocked the shoe off the shelf and hit my kid in the face. So he's like, so every month I had to pay rent to the daughter of the ghost. The guy's name was Whitey Sowers. So he said, he went in the room and he said, look, man, you can stay in this house. I don't care. You know what I mean? Like, I kind of like having you around. If you do anything to my kid again, I'm going to punch your daughter straight in the face. He's like, next week I'm going to punch your daughter straight in the fucking teeth. And then he was like, trust me, man, nothing happened to my son ever. Let that ghost chill the fuck out. It's pretty funny. That dude was like, oh, you talk shit to a ghost? He was like, that's gangster. Who does that? And I only brought that up to say there was like 30 hours worth of shit that came on today that I wanted to see. And I couldn't.
You can't make it up because then you'll miss.
Yeah, tomorrow.
That
Some new shit. What's tomorrow? I mean, something's on.
Friday.
Zarni Hashni is a huge, humongous. Ben Stoger is on Firearms Network. A whole bunch of shit. You guys, what's this? Stefan Molyneux's 5-hour Christmas spectacular. I don't have time for that.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, ain't nobody got time for your fucking 5-hour Christmas spectacular. He's probably a fucking atheist. I don't really know what Stefan Molyneux's religious thing is. Apparently, Philster Holster says he's a fucking white supremacist. So, hey, Philster, I'm not buying none of your shit no more, man. Don't ever diss Stefan Molyneux, man.
Yeah, it was weird.
Fuck is wrong with you, man? Yeah, dude, Philster, what the fuck? You make a good old fucking holster, man. How about go vote for your Hillary Clinton voting ass fucking. I got 3 of your holsters, man. I gotta sell these shits. Fucking keep that shit separate, dude. He should have his own, like a different account, like a social justice warrior account, and then just a fucking holster account. Fuck is wrong with people, man? I swear to you, his holster is the shit. Like, it really is nice. I see people copying his shit. The retention around the trigger guard he's got and stuff. She is unique. Whatever. I don't know what else to get. Armadillo's nice. I guess Dano left, man. Dano had a lot of training questions, man.
Think he answered them or just confused
I think
him?
so. I told him, man. It's like Burger King. McDonald's, has the good fries. Burger King, a little bit better with the Whopper than the Quarter Pounder. You're hungry enough, you're gonna fucking go get a Whopper, and then if you really want it that bad, go to McDonald's, get the fries, go to Burger King, get the Whopper or whatnot. I don't know. You said it best, man. Go to tactical response as soon as you possibly can. I don't know if you told me that. I think it was sort of it. It was good.
Dano needs practical response.
He needs to go to a fucking
Just a little slower, like
he,
half speed.
He needs a listener class. What's his face? Fucking Alliance has a class. The guy's name is I forgot the guy's name. Trek. Anyway, the class is called "You Suck. It's Not the Pistol." 2-day class. That's what he means. It's not the pistol. You suck. The 2-day class. Take it.
It's SOB tactical. SOB.
No, that's not a good class for someone who's not taking like a draw, game, draw. Now draw, shoot, clear my function. Do that, that stuff's great. That shit was like straight up. He was trying to make you like a better shooter, which is great. We told him. Dano left. He's fine. Hopefully he takes the classes here and it's not some dumb shit and waste of money. Or not. SOB just opened up a rifle class where I live. It's a 1-day, a video thing.
How much is that?
$300. It's like a low round count too. So not just the amount of the class, like 1,000 round. I think
He does the same thing. He videos holding the rifle.
Oh
the
yeah.
Rifle.
Oh yeah. Yep. And then you spend like 5 or 6 hours doing drills, I guess. I want to do it because I don't no experience at all.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Yeah, it just gets to the point where I think, well, I'm not even close to there, but there are a bunch of guys that just like pay to go to classes to like show how awesome they are as an instructor. I'm not that guy yet. There's guys that do that, but they really suck.
Well, they might have taken all the classes and they don't practice.
Yeah, like me.
Not enough.
Yeah, I mean, I don't practice enough. That shit was like exactly the truth, man. Like, this is training, right? And now, if you don't go home and practice any of this shit at all, like, it's like, forget about it. Like, it was a waste of money. Go home, practice.
That's why for Christmas, you need tactical pants. And then you need to go to the poll of the week and vote for tactical pants.
Dude, if I could buy tactical pants right now, I would buy Leaf. Arc'teryx Leafs. Or what's the
I just got some LA police gear store brand.
They're good
tactical
too.
Pants.
I bought every single pair of pants I ever bought like that. I returned them. Like they would come in the mail. I would put them on and go, "This is ridiculous." I'd go to the fucking Gap and buy a pair of like nice khakis and shit. It's better quality than half of that shit. Oh, it's fucking garbage, man. Like it's so cheap, nasty quality, like straight from China. No
It's
stitches.
like canvas. Like
Yeah,
some kind of
double
weird thing.
stitch garbage. Yeah, poor material, uncomfortable to your skin. Yep. I had one good pair of pants. Mountain khakis are fucking great. If you can find them. They're just like hiking pants. Like shit that's just for outdoor pants and shit. That's the way to go. Windbreakers. Yeah, windbreaker. But you know, if you were going to buy if you really wanted a quality windbreaker for your tactical use, don't buy a tactical windbreaker. Buy a fucking like alpine ice climbing windbreaker. You know what I mean? Like, you buy some other shit and then repurpose it for like whatever you're doing.
Just go to Old Navy.
No, that's just garbage. That's just garbage. That should only last like a year or two. I got a jacket, no shit. I got a jacket that my girlfriend's wearing is 16 years old, man. That shit
Go to Ross.
None of that shit. Well, Ross, you could get some good shit. I'm saying like, but Old Navy, good luck having a jacket from them for 16 years. That's waterproof with a zip out liner.
I haven't been able to find clothes that I like in like 15 years. I think it's been tight.
I don't know. Ever
pants.
since fucking FUBU gave up the ghost.
Tight pants. I need a tight pants and create a muffin top that was never meant to be.
Oh. Muffin
Shit,
top?
I don't need tight pants to do this shit. I got a fucking big old belly.
Yeah. Let's just say after the
Just
holidays.
Just like relaxed fit, you know. But now you get relaxed fit and it's still tight. It's like, okay, what the fuck?
In jeans
At
you're
least
talking
make
about?
different styles, pants. Yeah. Jeans, pants.
You just gotta buy one size up. Like if you go to Macy's, right, or wherever the fuck, and you just get a pair of Levi's like 505s or whatever the fuck, the ones with the zipper.
No, I
You
can't
buy
buy
any-
Levi's now. I got to boycott.
Oh, you're gonna boycott them?
Yeah, they're anti-gun. They won't let you carry
I don't know.
guns.
That's all I know about
pants.
regular schmegular jeans. Otherwise, like polo or whatever the fuck it is. You
Like
gotta,
no guns in our pants. Can't
They're
carry
fine.
your gun inside the waistband in a Levi's.
my favorite gun store has like an entire Carhartt clothing section. It's awesome. I don't have one piece of Carhartt. Last time I had Carhartt was like, I had a Carhartt hoodie in like 1992 maybe, when it was cool, like in the urban area. I remember my mom gave me some money for like a winter coat, and there were all these like the cool kids were wearing this Carhartt. It was the black like hooded. It was like a fucking sweatshirt made of fucking like canvas.
Yeah.
And she was like, "You better use this money and get a winter coat." And I was like, "All right." And I bought this fucking Carhartt, and I spent the rest on sneakers or something. I froze that winter. I was fucking freezing to death. Like I wasn't cutting it.
They got heavier jackets.
Well, they got that duck fill shit. Like they got jackets that are like winter. Yeah, this was like thermal. It was like the lining was thermal, and then the outside was like heavy duty canvas, like a hoodie. I was an idiot. Yeah. Then I think the next winter I did it with an army jacket. I just went and bought a fucking army jacket, winter coat, with the liner, and thought that was going to be cutting it. It was like 20 below. 6 degrees out. 20 below wind chill. No thanks. Anyway, I say that to say this. Black guns matter. What's up with you guys? Why are you hating on Black Guns Matter, man? Madge, what's his name? Major?
Magitor.
I have no idea what his name is.
I don't know how to pronounce it.
Madge or Maj? Maji. But man, he's all over the place.
you see the picture with the old white guy pilot dude?
Yeah.
It's like he recognized me.
Do you believe that?
Recognized me. No.
Me neither. I saw that photo. I just felt like saying, "Stop lying!" Like, I don't know who the fuck you are. Black guns matter. Maybe he was a gun guy. He was just like on Instagram like that.
It's a chance. It's always a chance.
Yeah, he looked like a gun guy. Hey, Madge, can I take a photo? If I see that motherfucker, I'm gonna do that. I'm like, can I take a photo of you? I'm white.
I don't think he's come to Philly yet.
I don't want to die. He's from Philly.
Is he?
Yeah, that's where this is headquarters. So you see his beard? You can't you can't tell by his little ratty beard, little rat beard.
Shit. Should have known.
I can tell instantly, like, oh, you got that little ratty beard. No, I'm just kidding. I don't want to fight. If he's listening, he might be a big gun channels guy. He just travels the world, teaching black people about guns.
One day he took a picture of his chicken from the Chicken and Waffles.
Yeah, Roscoe's in LA.
They were chicken wings, and then he took a before and after. But there was no bones on the plate after. It's like, this motherfucker ate the bones.
No, no way. That's savage. That's not true. Although I did see an old Asian, I did see an old Asian woman one time on YouTube smoke a cigarette and then fucking eat it. You ever seen that type of shit?
That's disgusting.
She outed it on her tongue and ate the fucking cigarette, dude. I don't think I had a filter on it, but still. And I was like, wow, we can't go to war with these people, man. This ain't we're gonna lose. It's not white. You know, like, you seen White People Wednesday?
No.
On Instagram? What? You're not following Rude Jude on fucking Instagram, dude? Every Wednesday is White People Wednesday, and I look at that shit and go, all right, we still got a chance, you know what I mean? Like, but then, you know, sometimes I'm like, oh yeah, we're done. We're done. White People Wednesdays.
I follow this Indian guy named Saul. Saul?
Nah, that I don't. What's he do?
Fucking guy. He's just, he's like the fucking never-ending. Who's that guy from American Idol?
Oh,
the Chinese guy.
Oh no! I don't know what you're talking about. A Chinese guy from American Idol. Dude, don't give me fucking White People Wednesday, man. It's great. Every Wednesday. It's scary, dude. Just Google this shit. Just Google it. Google it every Wednesday, dude. It's like a reminder. From Rude Jude. It's Throwback Thursday.
Rude Jude for real?
Rude Jude is a guy who was very funny on Sirius Radio. But I guess back in the day, he was on the one of those shows, like not Maury. Who was the woman? Jenny Jones. He was on Jenny Jones as back in the day, all the time, and he was fucking hilarious. This like total white trash, crazy dude, right? He was funny as fuck. And then he's from Detroit. And then like for the last 10 years, he's had a host, like he's a radio show host on Sirius. Him and this other guy, Lord's here. But he's very funny. And his Instagram is very, very funny. And I think he created White People Wednesday. He's white. So you can do that. It's like not racist.
I feel like we got 2 knives in here now. Especially dangerous.
Is Mr. Knives in here?
Or Jew, Canadian, host, entertainer.
Hashtag White People Wednesday. If you just go on Instagram and look for White People Wednesday, most of it's going to be him. You're going to love it. Thank me later. It's like when I told you about Always Poppin', dude. You know, like, Sharon's at it again in the kitchen. Like, the struggle is real. Like, what the fuck? Why are these eggs looking like fucking hard-boiled raw eggs? That type of shit.
Always Popping out a YouTube channel, too?
I don't think so. I mean, maybe. I'm just seeing him on Instagram with these commentaries. Like, it's fucking amazing.
Oh, yeah. Well, I follow him on Instagram, too. I was asking. I thought maybe they had YouTube as well.
No, I don't think so. But I have watched some of his shit, and it's like, he'll be in the middle of it, and it'll be like, now this bitch is putting fucking toothpaste on the bread, and then it'll cut off like he was not finished yet. So I was wondering, like, where's the extended remix to this shit? Because this is, it seemed like there's way more to it, you know? But it's cool. I just like when he's proud of us. You know, when he's proud of the white people, he's like, okay, oh, seasoning? Oh, you're seasoning that shit? Okay. Like, that's my favorite. And then he's like, I'm hungry now. Like that the video ends. Shit, that shit actually looks great. I feel like that does a lot for race relations. Like, if we can make Always Poppin' hungry, where things can be better in life. Nice. What the fuck, dude? When are you moving out of LA, man, or wherever the fuck you're at? Long Beach.
See, I was waiting till G-Webs came by. You know, I just sneak in back of his van and take Abby with me.
Dude, what's up, dude? What's up with that big ass donut place? Where's that at? Where's the donut? Where Snoop Dogg was just standing on the roof when there was like a big donut?
Oh, VIP Records?
Oh, okay. Is that place still open?
I don't know. I haven't been there in a while.
That's like North Hollywood, I think.
Nah, it's right here on PCH and hold on. Let me get you the address.
Oh, shit.
Nah, that's that Snoop Dogg shit, yeah. That was like this video. Like, Snoop Doggy. Oh, no.
So, like, when I went to go get my my lower today, I was like, just got off Jimmy James' show. I was hungry. I was like, screw it. You know, tomorrow's payday. Whatever. I had $10 left in my account. So I went to Jack in the Box, got something to eat, went down to get my gun, and the store has a policy that you have to have a cable lock to be able to pick up, to be able to take your firearm home. I'm like, dude, it's a fucking AR lower. And they're like, well, you know, it's the law. It says so in the penal code book. And I'm like, no. It says you must own a cable lock if you don't have a safe. I have a safe exemption. And they're like, well, it's our policy. And I'm like, you got to be shitting me. I just spent my last $10 on food. I'm like, fuck, I got to go home and try and find one. I'm like, you know what? Fuck it. My boy Jeremy, I know he's got one. So I went over to his house. And he'd given all his away. So we ended up calling his sister and get one from her. So I did all this bullshit to go back and pick up my fucking goddamn lower.
How much do they charge you?
Oh, they would have charged $10, but it didn't matter. I was broke until like 10 minutes ago. Freaking, then I got paid, and I'll be broke again tomorrow because I got bills to pay. So, but
like people in California in need of these locks, I can like donate mine to.
they only are valid for a couple of months though. Like I think they only have like a year's worth of time before you have to buy another one. The cable locks. Like you
No,
can't
as long as you have a firearm, as long as it's a DOJ approved cable lock, and you own a firearm and you don't have a safe, that's a legal way to secure your firearm.
So I was told that I had to have a receipt printed with evidence of when I purchased it, and it needed to be under a year old.
Oh wow!
I've gotten
now,
that.
You have a gun safe, right?
Oh yeah.
You've got a gun.
Yeah.
So you got the exemption. When they say, because the guys were like, it's in the penal code, but I'll bring it up, dude. I'll point it out to you that if I have a gun safe, I don't need a goddamn cable lock.
Yeah.
And he's like, well, it's our store policy. And I'm like, okay, you're just covering your ass. Nothing I can do about that. So, but yeah, just stupid. I drove an extra 10 miles, to give the shit and go back and get my thing. Then I drove right back to my friend's sister's house and gave her back the lock. Thanks. And then I went home. So yeah, it was just a bit of a hassle. I could have come home and tried to dug out mine, but they're all in storage because I have a safe. I don't fucking. Oh well, what can you do, right?
Yep.
Oh man. So what you up to, Hush?
Oh, just finishing my editing. Yeah, hanging out. Getting wife is wrapping Christmas gifts and all that good stuff.
Oh, right on. Yeah, well, Christmas is right around the corner.
Tis the season.
Very true.
Oh, shit. I got way too much to wrap.
Yeah, shit. Going over to hang out with my boy Brad again because we hung out with him tonight. He just got out of the hospital, had his knee surgery already, which I'm actually pretty impressed with how quickly that went by. Freaking. Then I get to work Saturday. I get to work Christmas Eve. I get to go in early. Well, I'll be off by 3, I hope, depending on traffic.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, go hang out with family, and then that's it, really. Like Christmas Day, my friend Danielle wants me to spend Christmas with her and her family. They're cool people, so I figured, yeah, what the fuck, why not? Free food, and I get to hang out, so. But other than that, let's see. Yeah. So, what are you doing? Are you doing Christmas at your place? Are you going over to her family's, or?
This is the first year where we don't have to go anywhere. Everybody's coming to us, but that means that we're going to have like 30-something people in our house for Christmas.
And that's going to be great until you want them all to go away.
No, they're not bad. That's not a big deal. I mean, like, it's a big deal to my wife. Like, she's the one that has to put in all the effort and all the hard work. But What the hell was that? Oh, weird. It's like a weird noise in the backyard.
How do you get 30 people to park there?
They mainly all share the same ride. Actually, it should be 30 people is Thanksgiving. It'll probably be less than 20, so that's good. That's good.
Well, still, that's a lot of people to be roaming around the house. So, I mean, it's going to be cool. Is your boy coming down from Moreno Valley, or?
What's that?
Doesn't like one of your best friends live in Moreno Valley?
No, Moval. One friend's family lives in Moval, but he comes over. He lives in the Redondo Beach area now.
Oh, okay.
Who is coming from Moval?
He's the guy you always drink beer with. He's always over. You guys are playing games with all the time.
Oh, Darren?
Yeah.
Oh no, he lives in Long Beach.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I mean, we might see him. They pop by whenever they want, but yeah, they live in Long Beach. I'm gonna go figure out what that noise is because it was like the second time it's. I'll be right back. Call the cops if I'm not back. Yeah.
Probably just a monster.
If we hear a couple of shots fired, then we'll know the zombie apocalypse started.
Spectral.
Use Patronus spell, Harry. Damn.
Advanced across Europe. We've suffered millions of casualties, and yet the evacuation of key government officials continuing.
Nothing we have done has been able to stop their advance.
Costs. The Europeans have paid the highest.
And even anticipate our actions.
If we do not defeat them in France, we'll be fighting them in the streets of London, then New York, then Tokyo. All of humanity.
Started?
For 5 years, we finally have a victory.
These pictures are just in from Verdun.
With coalition victories and how low casualties were.
We have seen a stunning victory here today. The United Defense Force.
Except for the victory. All that other stuff is happening right now.
Hey, Heavy, pick me up, dude. I think shit's going down.
Confirmation from the wife. The noise is coming from outside, so I will be right back. We'll see how this goes.
It's just a raccoon.
You should take your freaking, what do they call it, that drone thing out there. Send that out there. Do some recon from over the roof.
For reals.
Not to mention it would be cool to watch. So
They need drones strong enough to carry a water balloon. You can just drop a water balloon on people anytime.
just fly over them. They're all looking up. What's it carrying? Boom, splash! Oh, motherfucker!
Bigger until it splatters on their face.
So the one with baby powder?
Because the sun's in their eyes. They only got one eye open, so their depth perception is gone. Thought about that way too much.
Well, you got some free time, evidently.
My brain's got some free time. It's always on break. Just taking a break right now.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Try to identify things in Hash's room. I see something red.
Oh, whatever that is in the corner of the picture, to the right or to the left. It's a jacket, I think.
Jacket.
Or I don't know.
Fucking lightsaber comes out of nowhere.
No, that's not even what I was thinking. I saw was red.
Oh, never mind then.
What I thought was red is green, greener than fuck. I think they make red ammo cans.
Oh, okay.
I had to lock back onto his picture. Yeah, that looks like a jacket. I think you're right, or a windbreaker.
Let's see. What can we identify? He's got tubs everywhere. See if there's anything you can find in there that's unique.
I spy a fan.
Well, I wouldn't say that's unique, but okay.
I spy a bamboo.
You By a what?
Bamboo.
Bamboo.
A green stick.
Are you talking about to the left of the screen, right by the door, this side, left side of the box, where the possible windbreaker is at?
Winner.
I can't tell if that's bamboo.
I don't know if that's bamboo.
Looks like balsa.
Bambalsa?
Bambalsa.
Might be a broom or some shit.
It's a hybrid.
Balsa boo?
Bambalsa boo. He's been out there a while.
So, hey, are you gonna do your show Take Out the Trash tomorrow? Taking out the trash?
Taking out the garbage.
Oh yeah, taking out the garbage. Sorry.
Garbage.
What is this about?
Probably not.
Ah, man, I advertised it
That's
for
around
you
the
on
chat.
Jimmy Games too.
I was just trolling in the chat.
Well, he called me a son of a bitch because it's not my week to do my show. So he says I'll better do a show on the weekends, or I might do a show on the weekends if he doesn't do it. I'm going to call it Taking Out the Garbage. So I pumped it up on YouTube.
That was fun.
Tell us more about the show, Heavy.
Any burglars?
All right. Well, hopefully you didn't have to bury any bodies tomorrow.
No. So I ran out there and there was like a big ass cat that was messing around in the front yard.
After you left, I was like, he should have just sent his fucking drone up and like flown around.
Just open the front door and let it fly out there.
Yeah, exactly. Have it look around.
It's not great in a low light though.
Oh, sorry. Don't you have like a bunch of Christmas lights up and stuff?
No, not this year.
You need to put a Surefire on that thing.
So I walked outside and there was a big ass cat. I've seen it a couple times before, but my whole front yard just smelled like cat pee. I was like, Jesus Christ! Like what is going on here? And so then I just then I peed in the front yard, and so then I started my dominance. So we're good.
Right on. Hopefully, I'd have turned on the sprinklers. And, wash the cat pee smell away.
Oh, it's like what's crazy is it smells like cat pee, but it rained all day last night and all day today, and it still smells like cat pee. So it peed recently.
Dude, I still can't believe it rained that much.
What's that?
I still can't believe it rained that much.
Yeah, it did. It rained a lot. And so what's the I was just outside. The barometric pressure come up, but what are we
Every day I pee out front and out back just to make sure that my pee is the dominant pee smell.
It's 30% barometric pressure, which is still really low, so it could rain some more technically, which is pretty wild for California.
We need it.
Yeah, we do. You getting rain up in the valley area?
Up here in San Bernardino, yeah.
Mm.
It's it's just there's a lot of moisture in the air right now, a lot of humidity, but not so much the rain anymore. But for like my street was a river for like the last couple of days.
Yeah, that's awesome. I like just gunning my car into that and sending the wave as high as I can.
Yeah, I skirt around it. I go up and around and then like do as little of that as possible in my car because it's a car, not a SUV.
Yeah. Not me. I aim for it. I look for people that are walking on the streets trying to splash them. No, I'm just kidding. I don't do that.
So you're the asshole that did that shit.
No, I never do that. That's messed up. I would never do that.
Yeah, the city busted that shit on me.
Yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a cool day. I'm just gonna chill out, do absolutely nothing until about 3. It's gonna be nice.
My dad comes into town tomorrow at 3, and my friend Jeremy comes. He swings by about the same time. So we're gonna have a nice little quiet day. It's just gonna be the guys. It's all dudes in the house tomorrow until Leia comes home. I'll be with the kids. All that funness.
Very cool.
That was not what I wanted to do. No, make that private. Okay, so I got my video is uploading. All right, I'm good to go.
Oh, so have you taken your little transformer drone out?
Oh yeah. I made a vlog that was titled, that was introducing it.
I'm a bit behind in my YouTube stuff.
No, yeah, I don't expect you guys to watch my stuff. It's no big deal. But
I watch them when I get a chance. I just
yeah, right on. No, I don't take offense if people don't watch my stuff. Like that's no big deal to me. Yep, right here. It's pretty cool. Oh, I've got a real before play ad. Yeah, there we go. Right on. This song that I have playing before the takeoff is like my favorite drone song for some reason. I just posted in the internal chat.
Oh, Flight of the Valkyrie?
No, it's this weird kind of floaty like I don't know how to explain it. It's good. It's really it doesn't fly as well as the Phantom, but it's a good. It's pretty cool.
Is this people you know, or you just went over to people's houses?
Oh no, I know them. Yeah, it was a party I went to. It was like a Christmas party, housewarming thing. It's pretty full. It was it's crazy to think that you can have something that almost fits in your pocket that can record at 4K video.
Is that fold-up one?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the one I bought. It's pretty damn insane. Like the fact that you can have something like that in your pocket that you could just deploy anywhere, and you can be recording aerial photography that used to take thousands of dollars to get like a helicopter, to do a very similar shot. You can do that all on your own now. It's just crazy. It's just wild.
Can you control it with a phone?
You can. My model, you can. But the problem with the phone is that it communicates over Wi-Fi, and Wi-Fi doesn't have a great range. Doesn't have a good range, yeah. I hate when I get emails from Amazon associates. It's like, hey, FYI, we're changing our program and we don't know how to explain. Like, it's kind of complicated. Like, all right, Jesus. So, I mean, for everybody that makes videos that are watching this, like if you're doing something on YouTube or Facebook or whatever, like if you're ever reviewing a product that is sold on Amazon, you owe it to yourself to like create an Amazon Associates account and like link people to Amazon, because you get like a little taste of that action, of those sales, and that's like a little chunk of money that you're already buying crap on Amazon anyway, so you might as well get a little bit out of it for bringing people to the site, you know.
Is that one hard to fly?
It is harder to fly than the Phantom 4. The Phantom 4, I felt like I could fly it more, dangerously or like just faster. But the Mavic is pretty cool, like just because of its size and the ability to fold it down is pretty amazing. Like that in itself is just crazy that you can do that. Like and I take it with me all over the place. I got it in my bag, it goes with me all over the place. I keep the battery charged. I can just pull it out and just start flying it immediately, and it's ready to go. It's crazy. Like, to me, it's just such a weird place. And what the fuck?
Is my nephew DB still in here?
No.
Oh, fuck this shit. I'm out.
Some scary shit.
I blame the Russians.
Yo, Pink, that fucking shit is creepy like a motherfucker, dude.
This is what it feels like to have Hillary in the chat with us.
Why letting them kid eat all them glutens? And you recorded it on video. It's like bad parenting on video.
What's that?
Making that kid eat all them glutens. That
When?
apple juice. In that video.
Oh. You know, they sometimes still get the glutens.
Look at that. You're indoctrinating them with the little barbecue toy.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing exactly. Yep.
It's just a plaything. It's no big deal. Just barbecue. Look at that little kid. Got his hands on there.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
That's danger.
Yep. It's hot.
Danger kid.
It's hot out, man. It's hot out. Don't touch the grill.
How long before these drones are just following our cars around?
It already does. I can tag your car if you're within range, and I can send it to follow you around for a little while.
Yeah, but can it keep up?
It'll do 40 miles an hour.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. I mean, it's all right.
What do you say the charge rate on that one was?
The charge rate to like charge the battery fully?
Or, what would you say
like the battery life?
Yeah.
About 25 to 30 minutes, depending on how fast you fly.
That's not too bad. I was in Walmart the other night, and they sell those big and some stuff. You got a Phantom 3 and a couple other ones.
Yeah, I mean, you can get a Phantom 3 for like nothing now. Like for a song and a handshake, you can get a Phantom 3.
Yeah, I missed my calling. I should have been doing all this political chats with Hillary and Trump.
Yeah, seriously.
The mask is so lifelike. Nobody would have known. Is everybody taking Silent Night literally?
Mm-hmm.
That's what's happening.
Watch Nosh's video.
Yeah, me too.
I'm looking at what is referred to as the 27 most bonker photos ever taken.
Bonker photos.
Bonkers. This is, and it is true. It's a little odd what I'm looking at right now.
And bonkers. I see the ones that are like optical illusions, where they're like two girls.
Don't tell
me just people.
the real reason why I had that call.
It's Hillary again.
Okay, I have to link you guys to this. This is crazy.
Hillary smokes.
Oop, that's not what I wanted to do at all.
I can't watch your video right now because I'm video gaming. Two hands.
Two hand video gaming.
How come my right headlight costs $24 and my left headlight my left headlight costs $24 and my right headlight costs $25?
Buy them at different times.
I don't know. No, I was going to buy them out of this catalog right now.
That's weird. From warehouses.
I guess so. Yeah, when I put the ship.
What was the question, US?
So the left headlight costs like $1 more than the right head, or the right headlight costs $1 more than the left headlight.
That's weird.
Yeah, they're coming from the same factory, I guess. Same shipping place. Probably costs more to make a right headlight. A different amount of glass.
Yeah, why? That doesn't make any sense. It's the same.
There's different technology.
It costs $1 more to mirror the other headlight.
Mm-hmm.
Or it could be at the end of the wiring harness, and they've got something in there.
An extra wire.
Yeah, they've got either that or they've got more something in there to pull more juice.
Yeah, but why? Why would it be any different?
I like to think it takes a little more skill for the right headlight, so they got to pay the technicians who have that ability a little bit more per hour.
Well, technically, Hush is, since it's DC dissipates over distance, so it needs to pull more. Wouldn't that be right?
Yeah, but you're talking about like a minuscule.
I'm just saying, it's
like,
you're
like
right.
very little difference, right?
Because of the curvature of the Earth and the probability that you're going to turn left more, they're going to have to put more glass in the right headlight in order to compensate for the curvature of the Earth and making turns over in hills to the left. So that's probably why there's more glass in there.
That is
Just
so
thinking
weird.
Maybe the high beams are only plugged into one light, one side.
What?
High beam switch. The wire, just the wire. I know, it's crazy.
I think they're just trying to fuck me. That's how they get the fuck out of me.
It could be the other one is like, I don't know, $1 off. Because they made more of them.
I feel like I'm being fucked over.
They figured, well, they know you're going to buy a set, so...
Yeah, that's probably more the real answer. It's not a technical or engineering solution. It's because, well, you got to have two, right, Dick?
Exactly. Oh, you want both of them? Get ready to pay $1 premium for that.
Well, they make one $1 cheaper and another one, than the other one, so they don't have to make it like...
If I went there and I bought two rights, I would feel like I'm getting a discount for getting that one $1 cheaper. But I'm going in to buy two lefts, and I feel like I'm getting fucked over by an extra, getting raped for $1.
Yeah, you probably are.
Oh, I am.
I don't know.
Well, usually deer come out from the right side of the road, so they replace them more and more. They've got to make more of them.
Oh, that's true. And they know you're going to replace that, so they pay $1 more for it.
Yep.
Also, pedestrians are always on the right side.
So they just think you're going to hit more pedestrians, so they make more right headlights.
Yep. I got to get back to it, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Later, Pete.
Later.
Okay, back.
Last time I was in here, there was nobody in here, so at least you had some people in here to bullshit with. I got a whole shit ton of ammo to go through. Maybe I'll do that during the day show tomorrow.
Collector ammo or?
Yeah.
Oh, right on.
Probably old stuff. I don't know. Just a bunch of stuff out the back room of a gun shop.
You still hanging out with that one guy with all the really extensive ammunition collection?
No, I think I've worn out my welcome over there.
I'm gonna go do some house stuff. Get the house ready for tomorrow. Everybody coming over, so I'll talk to you guys later.
Later, brother. Don't see you Saturday or tomorrow. Then Merry Christmas.
Yeah, man. Merry Christmas to everybody. Hopefully I'm back by then, though. So I will talk to you then. See ya.
People are dropping like flies. People act like it's late or something. I mean, geez, it's only midnight 30 here.
Midnight 30.
Yeah. I was going to say midnight, and then I realized it's half past, so just added it in there.
Yeah. Guess everybody's getting ready for Christmas.
Yeah. All right. Somebody recommended me a movie.
What kind of movie? You've been watching the shit out of movies.
I don't know. Something kind of actiony and funny.
Actiony and
funny. Beverly Hills Cop.
Yeah, not a bad choice.
You want a newer movie?
I don't care. I like old movies too.
They don't make them like they used to.
No, they definitely don't. If Pro Seal wasn't here, he'd say Interstellar.
It's not funny.
No, I didn't think so, but I've never seen it, so.
Have you seen The End? It's a comedy with all them people that make them movies together.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. It's okay.
Yeah, it's funny.
I finally saw Civil War. Or Captain America Civil War, or whatever it is, X-Men Civil War. I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I saw that in the movies.
I don't, go to the movies as much as I used to. Actually, I've been going more lately. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah, same here. I don't go a lot. I saw Deadpool and Captain America Civil War most recently, I guess. That's it. Having a dead horse.
Well, he just posted something from Instagram a second ago. I'm guessing he's probably doing another Guess That. Oh, he's straight up copying you, Moon.
Guess that. Oh, it's a yin yang of flowers.
The yin and yang.
I wasn't even the first one to like it.
Or it could be the Ham and Yang.
It's Redneck Rebel.
Does anybody even know what a Hamanyang is?
No.
It's the same thing as a yin and yang, just Korean. That circle in the middle of the Korean flag with it's red and blue, positive and negative, and then the lines are the elements: heaven, earth, fire, water.
Earth, wind, and fire. What?
Heaven, earth, fire, water, the elements. So,
What about the fifth element?
that would be spirit, which is Hamanyang, which is positive and negative of life. Everything is balanced, kind of thing.
Mila Jovovich.
Okay.
And Mila Kunis. Mila Kunis. Kunis.
Kunis Mila once?
Mila Kunis.
You Mila her Kunis?
Sure. What other movies are there? I need a movie to watch.
I wish this thing told me which movies I've been watching. I watched Godzilla, the new one. It's really got there. Been watching this one now. What the hell is this called?
Of key government officials continuing
have done has been able to stop their advance.
Costs. The Europeans have paid the highest price.
and even anticipate our actions.
We do not defeat them in France. We'll be fighting them in the streets of London, then New York, then Tokyo.
The Europeans have paid the highest price.
and even anticipate our actions.
We do not defeat them in France. We'll be fighting them in the streets of London, then New York, then Tokyo.
The Europeans have
What movie is that?
Mm-hmm.
Attack of the 50-foot women.
What?
Attack of the 50-foot women.
No. It's one of my favorite, one of my favorite movies of recently. I think it might be from this year.
So it'll be on your...
It's got robots, and it's got an interesting plot / timeline to it. Timeline being a big thing.
Well,
I don't remember the name of it, otherwise I would tell you. But it's got some hot chick in it, and she's inside of a robot. And then sometimes she's not. Like, they have power robots that they wear, like suits. And then it's like a video game. Like, they keep hitting the reset and going back over every day. Do the same day. It's like Groundhog's Day, except they're fighting the future. They fight like spaghetti, like alien spaghetti.
Tom Cruise movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was it Fight, Die, Repeat or something like that?
Something like that.
Yeah,
Anyway, I
it's got
really like
different
this
names.
one. Watch it again.
Yeah. They've been playing that on HBO a lot.
It's not really funny, I guess, except for the part when he's got to go through the thing like Groundhog Day a bunch of times.
Yeah, like his face melts.
Kill, Die, Repeat. That's it.
That's a funny part.
There's another name for it, though.
Yeah, it's got two names. It's like Blood In, Blood Out.
Well, I think they just settled on, like, when it got to movie theaters, I think it was just Kill, Die, Repeat.
No, it's got some other name.
Yeah, it's like, what the fuck? Something about tomorrow. Something tomorrow.
Edge Tomorrow? No, hold on.
Edge of Tomorrow?
Edge of Tomorrow. So they were like, we could have that other name, except that then we wouldn't get the association with knowing the Edge. So now they know Edge. So they put that in there.
Yeah.
One part about it is that Edge is in it.
Well, they had to put him in it if they're going to put his name in the title.
Exactly. That chick was like, oh, I'll be in the movie, but it says it's got Edge in the title. I got to have like some kind of scene with Edge, at least. Kind of love scene with Edge. So he's like, all right, I'll show up. Do the love scene. Hey, Rick, how many people you got going to the SHOT Show? 2?
How many people are going with me, or what do you mean?
Yeah, like in your group. 2?
Just myself and Laura.
Okay. Did you get, you got those like dinner passes or something for the media day?
For Industry Day at the range, yeah, like you get a drink and a like entree or something. I don't know what it was.
Did those come in the same envelope or in a separate envelope?
They came in the same envelope.
Yeah, I got screwed out of that.
I don't know. Maybe there was a limited number. Who knows?
They gave me a bunch of like, they go, oh, you can blah, blah, blah. And then they're like, if you got other people, then let us know. So I was like, well, hell yeah, I got other people. Here's a big list of them. And then they're like, we need their confirmation numbers. And I was like, well, shit, I got to go look up everybody's confirmation number. And they're like, no, we don't need their confirmation numbers. Thanks anyway. So then I was like, okay. And then they didn't send me nothing. So they're like, yeah, fuck you.
That's weird. Does your SHOT Show pass have a little camera at the top?
No, so they didn't even give us the media day thing again. So I'll just cry at them and they'll go, oh, well, too late. And I'll go, yep, whatever. So they were just yanking our chain this time.
Yeah, I didn't know that that's what that little camera was all about. Because I'm like, yeah, last year I didn't have that. Maybe, I didn't really think anything of it. But apparently the little camera is what indicates range day.
Mm-hmm. Did you go to range day last year?
No.
Oh, okay.
I didn't have an invite. And ironically, after I got this invite, which I was very lucky to get, then I had other people asking me, hey, can you help me get in? Can you help me get in? And I did actually help one of my other sponsors get into it, who's a dealer, so
cool.
That was cool. I mean, that just happened in the past week or so. So it was, even though it was past the date, they were able to get him set up somehow. But that might be because he's a dealer, not media. I'm not sure. Don't really know how it works, but I'm also gonna find out about the. Supposedly, there's a shuttle that runs from from Venetian or whatever it is to the range, I guess. From what I heard.
Yeah.
I just gotta find out what time I gotta be there, and that sort of thing.
Well, gonna try to get on one of them first buses if you can.
That's what I heard. Yeah, because it's like 45 minutes away or something.
Oh, probably not that long. It may take that long with everybody getting in the bus. I'd never done it from Vegas. In Florida, we took the shuttles, but we always have a car in Vegas. It takes probably half an hour to drive out there.
Okay, so it's not terribly far, but it's still a little ways from where, the strip.
Yeah, it's pretty far. But I think they have, what do they call them? Like, the shuttle goes back and forth a few times, or else they have a few. There'll probably be like 3 bus loads of people all together, like big ass buses.
So I assume, I go there on a shuttle, and I have to find a way to get back on the shuttle.
Oh yeah, they'll have shuttles on the way back. And like I say, there's a bunch of them. So coming home, it'll be like starting about halfway through. They'll just always have a shuttle there, leaving maybe every, I don't know, while or so. And then another one will show up and want to leave.
My hope is I just don't want to get stuck there.
No, they definitely don't let you get stuck there. At least as far as from the amount of buses that show up, there's no, like I said, there's probably 3 bus loads of people, but there's probably like 5 buses. So they don't strand you out there. I'm pretty sure they don't.
Yeah, right. So we'll see how that goes.
I think
about that at least.
That could be a liability issue of leaving you out there.
No, it's just, it's a bunch of people that get all worried about like their time and stuff. So I've never heard anybody, and they're the kind of people that would complain about shit, and I've never heard anybody complain about that.
That's a valid point, for sure.
I've heard people bitch when they got on the last bus out there, and there was nothing left. But what the fuck do they expect? They wake up late, show up late, then they're gonna not get
any of the good shit that's free.
Right. So, I don't know if Dead Horse is still around or if he just has his mic muted, but he was asking something about Hyperfire earlier. He mentioned it like in the external chat, so I didn't know.
He's in here. He might be walking right from his computer, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know if anyone knew what he was asking about.
I had no idea.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, I'm gonna go to bed pretty soon here, but I just figured I figured out how to get in here. Now how I did is I had to just go to gunchannels.com and then on my phone and go to the actual live chat, log in and go to the live chat, and then I was able to click on the link from there. You copy and paste the link into like Messenger or something, which is what I was doing. I was copying and pasting it that way. For some reason, it didn't work, and I've done it that way before, and it worked fine. I've done it for this type of chat for gun channels because I'm like, oh, okay, my computer that I was using at the time didn't have a webcam or mic on it or anything, so I just copied it to myself and sent it to myself, and clicked on it from my phone, and it worked. And then today it didn't, so right I got a chance, I went to the gunchannels.com and then clicked on it from the live chat, and it worked. So weird.
Yeah, generally I'll just go to, I'll go to Chrome on my phone, and go to Gun Channels, go to the full app, and then go to the live lobby. It's probably the long way around, but I get there.
True. Yeah, so I was working on I had a lot of stuff going on this evening. But gun stuff, as far as gun stuff goes, I was working on a lot of stuff too. I was packing up my stuff for the range tomorrow morning, going to meet my cuz at the range 335 here in Bolingbrook to go. Basically, he was going to try out my ZK22, the Ruger 1022 at the ZK22 stock, and I got some loads I worked up with some 147 grain Eggleston munition 9mm rounds. I'm going to go test, and also they have a polymer coated 223 projectile that isn't available. You can't buy it yet. It's not available on their website. They're still kind of developing it, so they sent me some to try out, and we're gonna see how that goes. I was like, it's been a while since I've reloaded my rifle rounds at all. I'd probably say about a year at least. I've been using a lot of factory loads, and I had a bunch of reloads. I still have a bunch of reloads I did previous to that. And so yeah, I was having fun trying to seat these bullets and everything, and I messed up a few cases, getting them set and getting the die, set up properly and whatnot. And I was like, oh man, that sucks. But I got a few rounds to go test out now for that, and we'll see how that goes. I'm kind of curious to see how it runs. Just some people say, oh, the polymer coating's going to be a real pain to try to clean the bore, and because rifles go, rifle rounds are flying at such a high rate and everything, and I don't know. We'll see. I'm curious to see how it comes out. The pistol rounds or pistol projectiles, they actually seem to run cleaner in my guns. There seems to be a lot less lead fouling or any type of gunk buildup and stuff in the barrel. It's almost like it cleans them a little bit. It's weird, but yeah, I've had good success with the 115 grain 9mm. I'm trying out the 147 now, so I'm working on a load for that. Just gonna test out the 2 ladder loads I made up and see where we're at, and just get some target practice in basically tomorrow. And then I was also working on an intro for the SHOT Show videos that I should be coming out with next month and so forth. Because my idea was last year my intro was way too long. I think I did like 30-second intro, I think, if I remember right. I had a lot of shots from downtown, on the strip, and some stuff from inside the show and whatnot. I had like 30 seconds of these long clips. That intro was way too long, so I kind of shortened this one down to I think it's under 10 seconds roughly, and just took me over an hour to put this together, but it's more or less because I was being super tedious playing around with stuff and trying to get some of the objects and stuff, I guess, in this little clip to move around the way I want them to move and different things. And so we'll see what happens. But I was working on that, trying to get that set so that way when I'm at the show, I don't have to worry about trying to assemble an intro and mess with it. It's more or less a canned intro that's ready to go with all the sound effects and stuff put in it, and audio and that sort of thing, and trying to get a head start on the stuff. And been also really busy going through all the email contacts and so forth with companies. I've got bunch of actual scheduled times for interviews, and I've also have a bunch of people that are just stop by or give me a call when you're here, and then some people that are not at a booth necessarily that I'm going to be meeting with and whatnot. It's going to be a very, very busy week, but I'm looking forward to it. So
right on. So you're going for the whole week?
Yes. I think I misspoke before. I think we're flying in on Sunday and leaving that Saturday, if I remember correctly, because somebody said I should come out to the VFOB event that's going on. Like, I think the last day of that is on the Monday of the range day. I want to say it's Saturday, Sunday, Monday, or Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, or something like that. The VFOB, for those who don't know what it is, they might be watching this video. It's Veteran Family of Brands. It's a bunch of veteran-owned companies. I don't know a lot about it, so I'm not going to pretend to, but that's to kind of sum it up. It's kind of a group of veteran-owned companies, I guess, that manufacture and sell, items within the firearms industry, to my understanding. So, and I know I mentioned Hyperfire a little while ago because Dead Horse was asking about it, or was going to talk about it earlier tonight. They are actually going to be having their full auto trigger or triggers. I don't know how many they're coming out with exactly or whatnot, but they're having that at the VFOB event. But unfortunately, we're going to be coming in, I think, on like on Sunday, and it's going to be probably in the afternoon. So I don't really want to miss Industry Day at the range to go to their range day out there. I think from my understanding, they being Hyperfire, have coverage at both the VFOB event and also at the Industry Day at the range. Kind of a small community in a sense, as some know. Like, I was talking with the owners of City and Arms up in Minnesota, because actually they're upper and lower, and a couple other pieces that they supplied for the Minnesota rifle. They're not having a booth there. They're going, I think, as buyers basically, and they said, yeah, we're going to be at range day. Hyperfire actually is using one of our rifles for their test bed for this event. I go, that's pretty cool. So I'm anxious to kind of go check that out too, and we'll be going to Hyperfire, visiting them. Strike Industries is going to be there with another company that's doing demos. I think they have a lot of their products on wherever they're using. I'm not sure. So I'll probably stop and see them. Rock Island Armory, and also Aero Precision, and of course anybody else that I see and run into and so forth. But the main two they're going to cover is going to be the Hyperfire and Rock Island Armory.
So it was like 2007 or something like that. We were walking around minding our business, and we go over to this one place. They had a ton of more people showing up at the big convention center. So they had set up these tents in like the parking lot next door and in the parking lot out front. And we were in the park, and they're in these tents over on the side there, and nobody was really going over there because you had to like leave the convention center and then go over to these tents.
Mm-hmm.
So nobody was going over there. So anyway, we're over there, and this is like 7, something like that. So it was before video really, and people were just barely figuring out like photographers were cool. So anyway, we're going around and trying to do our thing, and we were still like basically taking pictures with anybody who'd let us take pictures. It wasn't like we had our choice of shit yet. So anyhow, we get to this one place. I forget what they're called, like TSSF or TSST or something. And they're a company that buys stuff and then resells it to the government. So they had bought this this like prism looking thing that you stuck on a gun. So it wasn't really a quarter shot, but you could put this prism thing on your gun and look 90 degrees through your optic and then shove your gun around a corner and shoot through it. So
sure.
They were super proud of it, and it cost like a ton of money. Nobody was buying it, of course. So anyway, they had their own shoot, and we had heard about the shoot, and we had been to the one shoot, the Media Day shoot, I think for our first time that year, and we had a massive good time. That's the one where we got to shoot for like ever, and because there was nobody really going to Media Day yet. And we had heard about these other shoots. Anyway, this was like our first time getting invited to a second shoot, like a different shoot. We were all hot about it, and we thought it was just everybody was getting invited. We were just one of many. Anyway, long story short, we got to the time. This was like on whatever, Monday or Tuesday, let's say, we get the invite. It's like they had little invitations all made up and shit, and we got them, and we thought we were all getting an exclusive pass to this thing. So anyway, it comes time for the thing. You're supposed to meet at this one corner of the convention center, and they're going to bus us to the Air Force Base because their shoot is on the Air Force Base. So we figure out what's going on, I think, and we find the bus, and we're the only people on the bus. And we're like, shit, is this the right bus, right? So then this chick comes who gave us the invites, and she's like, huh. And anyway, long story short, again, we're the only people that showed up at all, period. So they had like this whole thing set up. They expected like multiple buses of people to show up and like take them out to this Air Force Base. So they're like, well, we're already set up, so might as well take you out there. And so we got this bus ride out to the Air Force Base, and this was like on Thursday maybe already. So you know, we already seen stuff, but it was sort of annoying because we were gonna leave for a while, you know, like we're there to do stuff, and we're now leaving the place that we're there to do stuff at, you know. But it was an experience, I guess. It was really just to show off that one thing, but they had brought, I don't know, dozens of rifles out there and had all kinds of things set up, and they had their like experts, and it was really neat because the product was, you know, great or whatever. It was not that great. It was just a product, but it was really neat to be able to see like so intimately all the behind the scenes stuff because they couldn't help it. It was just us and everybody that was there from behind the scenes. So we got to experience everything, and I don't know, it had to be weird for them because we weren't exactly a big media thing, but at the same time we're media, so they, you know, they talked freely in front of us, but you know, at some point, you know, they're seeing, you know, we're seeing all their behind the scenes shit. Anyway, it was kind of interesting. So there are definitely
how many were in your group for that?
2 of us, me and Joe.
Wow.
So we all got like they gave us, I forget what there was, like there was like whatever the little bag was. They're like, here, take as many as you want. They had dozens and dozens of these things. So I forget what they had in them, but you know, little gift bags with stuff. Not the product, because the product was like a $250 stupid little optic thing. So I don't really know what they expected us to do. I guess just to really be excited about that we could shoot around corners with it. And it was actually kind of neat, but not for the kind of money it cost and how big it was.
Right.
It would have been neat as like a $50 add-on or something. There were some people making little cheap ones. There still are, I'm sure.
Yeah, I've seen that with like it's like the prism like mirror almost type thing where you can kind of look from the side. Sure.
Yeah, it has to be a prism because if it's just a mirror, then it's backwards. So it does some kind of flip-flop so that you see it, you know, not in a mirrored, but in a, you know, version of what you're looking through the mirror or looking through the little prism. But I mean, it's only as neat as it is to throw your gun around a corner and shoot from there. But it was super easy to acquire a target and hit with it. And like I say, it was just neat to have all this stuff set up, and we were the only people there shooting, so we could shoot as much as we wanted. And then when we got sick of it, they fed us and took us back. But anyway, that opened up the doors to us that there's a lot of different stuff going on like that. So we've been to, I don't know, half dozen of them now. Some of them are really cool, but you can't take pictures at them. And then other ones are like just cheese, like super cheese. So some of them are definitely a waste of time. So we don't really go to them anymore. We don't even go to the media day really, because it's gotten so crazy.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it because I've never been to it, but who knows? I've heard that too from others that are kind of.
Either.
What's that?
There's no way to know what it's going to be like. It might be awesome. There's no way to know.
Yeah, you just gotta go and find out. I mean, I kind of look at it that way. It might be kind of more awesome to me too since I haven't done it before than other people have done it, and I'm kind of over it maybe.
Oh yeah, for damn sure. And if you're trying to create content, I mean, that's what it's all about.
Exactly. That's the goal. I want to try to make at least 3 to 4 videos a day. I don't know if that's going to happen because it takes so long to edit stuff, but it just depends on what it is. If it's something that I can do, like I get a good interview where it's I got a good beginning and end, and I don't have to do any real editing between. And I get a couple shots of B-roll footage that I don't have to edit tons of. I probably could do probably do 2 to 3 of them probably. But I like to try to push for 3 or 4 if possible, depending on how many I can get filmed in the day and so forth. But I want to try to get it out right away, obviously. Like that's what I did at NRA show, and that was pretty successful. I'll tell you what, my Strike Industries video, just stopping by their booth, and I was going to meet with Garrett, the owner of Strike Industries, but he was there. I saw him. He was just really busy, so he had, I forgot the guy's name. One of these guys basically kind of go over some of the new stuff with us and whatnot, and he wasn't real enthused about doing it, but he did. And I met him before, and he's a cool guy and everything, but some people don't like being on camera as much as others and so forth. But he did a nice job, and it came out good, and they've gotten a lot of views on it. So I guess my point being is that I want to try to kind of create some good content this year as well and get it out right away. That's the short end of the goals.
I think our best year was 10 or 11. It might have been 11 with like 300 and something, 340 something videos, 314 videos.
Wow, that's a lot.
That was 1, 2, 3, probably 3 of us filming and 7 of us there.
Mm-hmm. But it took you some time after the show was over to get all those edited and posted, I'm sure, right?
No. Well, I mean, some amount of time, but no, I never put a lot of effort into editing, so it was mostly like you're doing, getting some stuff ahead of time so that it was just put a front and a back on it and post.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the next part too, is I got to make an ending for it as well. Very good point you brought up there with the intro and outro. I didn't make an outro yet. But usually I try to keep that kind of simple and so forth too. So throw a couple clips of shooting or something in it, which, maybe that'll be something I grab.
That's a good way to, or a good time to mention your sponsors and shit.
True. The other difference is that most, the sponsorship opportunities that I have set up are more for the live show and also for the 50 States Project. But if I film stuff for the 50 States Project, which I'm going to be doing, I'll be adding them into that as well, of course. But I also don't always bombard everybody with, it seems like it because I mentioned a lot of companies and so forth, but there's sometimes I don't mention anybody and whatnot. And there's even times where I kind of forget to do it, like in the sense of, here's a prime example. I believe the Rock Armory M5 shotgun that I own now, I bought it from them. BAT Arms transferred it for me, and I kind of forgot to put it in the video, put their ad and stuff in it. So of course, when I forget to do that, I'll hear about it because I screwed up. But I made some adjustments and added to the title or added to the description and do an overlay or something on it because I can't just take the video down, because if I take the video down, then the link that's already out there, people would click it and it wouldn't go to the video because it'd be gone. And that kind of sucks. And I want to repost it, and people are like, "Well, I thought I'd already watched this or whatever," So, it happens, but we try not to screw up and make mistakes like that. Especially for those that support what we're doing. That's a big deal to me. But a lot of times it's like the pressure of getting stuff done. Like if I'm working on something and I don't have a lot of time, I want to get it done, and I'll miss something. Like I found too recently, like somebody kind of pointed it out on the punch set that I did the video on. The Obsidian Arms AR-15 Armorers, punch set, which we did the giveaway on. That's gonna be going out soon. Someone already got picked and so forth. The starter punches and the roll pin.
Yeah, didn't you pick DB Cooper for that contest? Didn't he win that?
I don't know what DB's real name is.
Douchebag.
Oh, I was watching your thing and I just heard you. I swear I heard you say like DB Cooper, like, and I was like, oh shit, like
Is this
congrats, DB.
I'm not sure. I mean, because he on Facebook his name might be different than on here.
Okay, yeah. Well,
where does DB live?
I don't know.
Georgia, Atlanta.
Atlanta.
Okay, then it's not him.
Oh, okay. I swear I thought I heard you say DB Cooper though. Like I thought that's what you said. Like
I could have mentioned it if he was posting something and maybe he made a comment and I was reacting to that. I'm not sure. I don't know. But I did a random number draw for it off of the Facebook posting. Which then someone's like, "Oh, that's not number 15 or whatever entry." No. The way I counted it, it's number 15, and I explained it, and end of story. I mean, I had other people count it because someone said, "Hey, well, you should go by number 15," unless he meant like I'm counting it backwards, and the person who's first is actually number 15 or whatever on the list. But I count it down. That's what I count them. I've always counted them that way. So, whatever. Anyway, my mistake on the punch set was in the video that I made about it. There's a starter punch and there's like a regular roll pin punch, like kind of in a sense. And I called the regular roll pin punch the starter punch, which is backwards and so forth. And plus I also learned a couple things about the Delrin punch that comes in the set afterwards that I was, using it some more. I realized that because I vaguely remember that when I was talking with the guys from Obsidian Arms, they mentioned something about the backside of that punch. It also can allow you to seat your firing pin and so forth. And I don't know if the firing pin actually fits into the hole or not. I'm not sure. I haven't tried it yet. But as far as the strike end of it, I guess, for lack of a better explanation. But what was I going to say about that? So I also discovered when I was using that punch that you can put the hammer and trigger pins in on the back side and kind of get them started with that end of it a little easier as well. So, there's times I make mistakes on stuff in the videos and I try to address it afterwards. And of course I can't go back and like edit the video once it's up on YouTube and everything. But I can add like, a note in the description or do an overlay with YouTube on the video, to kind of point out the issue or whatever and that sort of thing. But, it is what it is. So, you get people that, watch this stuff. Everybody's got an opinion on how something should be done or whatever it is, and I try to respect those opinions and learn from them and help. And then if, we find something that's better than what I was thinking, I like to try to, put that out there so someone else who's trying to learn can can take something away from it in a sense, and just kind of grow everything by that. But I'm gonna get to bed because it's pretty late here, and I just want to stop in since I figured out how to get on here with my phone for some reason. So, one last thing I was gonna ask, if Dead Horse, you're still listening, what was you gonna ask about the Hyperfire trigger?
Oh, I just saw you had that Hyperfire guy on your show.
Oh, you mean Terry Bender, the founder of Hyperfire?
Exactly. And like those triggers look pretty, pretty interesting, and the technology behind them, and a couple other companies now have actually bought the rights to use like that technology that's in the Hyperfire to put in their triggers, right? So like it looks like those things are really starting to. It looks like they're no longer just like a gimmick thing,
Right, exactly. I think it's a nice trigger, no doubt. I think it's a
Well, I think that's why they haven't caught on yet. Is like everyone's like, this shit's a gimmick, right? Like it's just like,
right. You see the double springs, and it's like kind of a goofy thing. I think there's something they can still improve on. Like he mentioned that the design helps take some of the weight off of the sear, and it's a great concept, a great idea. But I think like one of my favorite things that I've seen, like for example, Elfman Tactical, their triggers have roller bearings in them, and I think that'd be even another way to kind of reduce some of the friction and so forth on them too. I think it's kind of a neat idea versus like a friction on friction, type of pivot system, I guess, on the hammer and trigger and all that. More so probably on the hammer, but yeah, it is an interesting concept. I haven't had a chance to really shoot it very much. I took it out to the range to test it out and kind of start doing a little bit of tuning to the gas block on it. And that's about the extent of it with that rifle pretty much at this point. It's just that, I haven't had a lot of time to go to the range, and also I have so many different things to test out and so forth that I don't always have time to kind of go back and shoot with it. I would like to, zero in a red dot on it and take the Minnesota rifle out for a spin for like a competition at some point, because it's got a lot of nice competition parts like TACCOM ultra lightweight muzzle brake and the GP Enterprises ultra lightweight, or I don't know if it's ultra lightweight or how they call it. I guess it's low mass bolt carrier group, the aluminum bolt carrier group.
Yeah, those are for like recommended for like competition type stuff. Use only because like they're considered a disposable like item, like not for like an end of the world gun. And I've seen like disclaimers on a lot of companies, aluminum carriers and titanium carriers are like we pretty much just consider this for like competition only. Like
exactly, and that's how I built that rifle, is for competition. You got the Hyperfire trigger and that low mass bolt carrier group and so forth, and I forget what else, but Luth AR stock. Luth AR stock's pretty much geared towards competition and whatnot, and it's got one of the hyper grips on it too, which is now, you can now buy them now, but when I had it, it wasn't for sale yet.
What's the Hyperfire grip?
It's called the Hyper Grip. It's basically like just their version of a grip. It kind of changes the ergonomics of your hand and so forth. And the cool thing is you can also kind of tune it to yourself in the sense of you can remove material from it. Like if you take a Dremel to it or something, you can remove material and kind of shape it to fit your hand. It's kind of a neat idea in a sense.
Oh, so I take it they're gearing that to like Glock owners. They're like, hey, look, now you can stipple.
No.
No,
it's for an AR. It's just instead of having whole stock, you just have a pistol grip. But it's still a slide fire.
Oh, it's a slide fire?
No, it's not a slide fire. Sorry. The Hyper Grip is just a grip. It's a hard, like I want to say plastic, but more like a polymer, or like almost like the material that Glock's made out of. Sure, it's like a fiberglass, probably reinforced or something. I'm not really sure what's inside of it, but
is it solid or hollow? Because you said you can like shape it and carve it yourself, right?
It is hollow. So you can only take so much away from it, but For me, the thing I have an issue with it in its stock form, and I'm not going to modify it because it's part of the Hidden States project, so I'm not really tuning it to myself, is it's kind of a wider grip, which helps with placing your finger in a more proper or a more optimal position, I guess. And what I was going to say is that it's wide enough that it's kind of hard for me to reach the safety selector on it a little bit, even with the Ambit Extra. So I have to kind of break my grip a little bit to do that. So I don't really much like the way it fits now, but I could easily see if I took the Dremel to it to kind of shave down certain areas of the sides of the grip, it would fit my hand a little bit better, and I'd be able to reach the safety selector better, and so forth. So that's just my little drawback on it, but it's not a bad product. I think it's a cool idea. It kind of places your hand up a little bit higher in a sense, and also kind of gives you, the width of it kind of helps with your trigger placement, so to speak. So yeah, it's interesting stuff. It was kind of cool to get this and try it out before you can even buy one and whatnot. And it looks pretty cool. So yeah, the Minnesota rifle is pretty much a 3-gun rifle for the most part. Speaking of safety selectors, I know I was going to go to bed like 5-10 minutes ago, but I don't know if you've seen the push button safety that Elfin Tactical offers.
Yeah, that's what my girlfriend put in her AR.
Yeah, I actually they contributed one along with one of the 3-gun triggers for the Arizona rifle.
Oh, their triggers are fucking nice, dude. Yeah, I got to pull one of those, and they're sweet.
Yeah, they have lifetime warranty. It's got a serial number on the trigger. I can't wait till I can get a bolt carrier group and a barrel to finish out the Arizona rifle because it's pretty awesome, and we've got some cool components in it. But that push button safety, I like that thing a lot. And
I like it if you're a left-hander because it's backwards for what it should be for a right-hander. So for a left-hander, it's great, but for a right-hander, it's like not so much great.
Yeah. It's personal preference. I mean, it is what it is, but I actually kind of like to, like you said, excuse me, like you said about the left-hander, Laura is left-handed, so with his and her AR-15 rifles, I've thought about at some point getting a push-button safety and also changing out the triggers on both of them to something a little more performance-orientated. But like on mine, the trigger, well, both our triggers are Cerakoted now. But mine's Cerakoted my Cerakote kind of matches the flow of the American flag pattern on it. And I'm kind of been kicking around the idea of, getting that push button safety for both of them, and then maybe in the meantime, while waiting to, get some more funds together, because obviously triggers are not cheap, is pull like one of my triggers out of one of my other rifles to run in it and use it for competition, actually, just because it'd be kind of cool, even though the Cerakote's, the American flag and all that, you don't want to damage it or anything like that. The Cerakote's been holding up really well on my competition rifle, F1 rifle, so I figured, well, why not? It'd be kind of nice to shoot that thing and actually get to use it in that sense. And it's fairly lightweight. I forget what it weighs in at, but compared to most ARs, it's a bit lighter because it has the lightweight contour pencil barrel from Faxon and the GunTech USA ultra lightweight handguard. So that cut down some of the weight on it, along with TACOM's ultra lightweight muzzle, brake that's also tunable to some degree, and everything else. I mean, is kind of a standard component in a sense, But yeah, so it's kind of rambling on about it, but I'll do a video at some point on the his and her rifles. She did like a Cubs theme because they won the World Series, and I did my American flag, and that was originally supposed to be the rifle to kind of launch the 50 States of AR-15 project. I was gonna, it's got Aero Precision receiver, but all the other parts are from all across the U.S. So I was thinking, hey, this is kind of cool to throw this in the mix because it's American flag rifle. And it kind of goes along with the theme of the 50 states of AR-15. But on the same note, we may not want to.
Just call it the America rifle. Like, there you go.
America rifle, So I don't know. I'm halfway falling asleep, so I'm gonna let you guys go, and hopefully I'll get to catch up with you guys later again sometime soon.
Hey, if I don't
Otherwise,
see you
go ahead.
before Christmas, brother, Merry Christmas.
Yeah, Merry Christmas, everybody. Thank you for mentioning that because I'm halfway falling asleep. I kind of forgot. Yeah, Merry Christmas, everyone. And if you have any anything you want to kind of see from SHOT Show, there's no guarantee, but just hit me up, let me know, and I'll try to get it covered, and we'll see what we can do with that. Looking forward to it, and hopefully meeting some people out there. Again, if
yeah, I got something for you for SHOT Show, Rick.
What's that?
Strike Industries new anti-venom gun oil.
Oh, I didn't know about the gun oil. Cool.
Yeah, like they have a $20,000 contest on it right now that if anyone can produce a better lubricant than theirs, or take any off-the-shelf lubricant and like beat them in certain tests, like they'll give you $20,000. So.
Damn.
Radom, figure out what the fuck the Poles are doing with their fucking AKs, because they said they were going to come here 3 years ago, and I still have yet to see a Radom AK.
So
specifically the barrel.
I'll probably try to see Garrett from Strike Industries probably arranged it.
Riley builds them or imports kits or something. Google
No,
Riley, Radom, Riley barrel.
This is Radom was supposed to be opening a factory in the U.S.
Oh, well, you can still get
not some third party bullshit.
And just before I take off, for those that may have not seen, that may be watching this video at some point on YouTube, you can check out youtube.com/BigGunner81 or on gunchannels.com/BigGunner81, and make sure to subscribe so you can keep up to date with the SHOT Show and all the other stuff that I have going on with 50 States Project and everything else. So just wanted to plug that in there for anybody else who's watching who doesn't know about my channel. You can also go to BigGunner81.com as well. Post up videos on there too and different things. Sometimes I post some content there that you don't see, and I'm gonna definitely one of the places to kind of see some stuff is going to be on Instagram this year. We're hitting Instagram up pretty hard. You can, if you don't have Instagram on your phone, you can go to Instagram.com/BigGunner81. You can check it out there and see what we got going on. So, anyway, everybody, have a good night. I'm out.
Later.
What was that, Moon?
Riley.
Riley what? Because Radom was supposed to be opening a fucking full-on factory here, so they could import barrels and whatever that pistol's called, and their version of the I don't know, their version of the FN.
I do the barrel Archer.
Well, the Archer is some half-assed fucking like band rifle. They brought it, not band. Well, yeah, but they're supposed to be open, like IWI brought the Tavors over here. That Radom was supposed to be doing the same thing. I don't think he even heard anything I said when I brought that up. He was too busy plugging his stuff.
Let me look at my history.
Yeah, the last few shot shows they've had their shit there, plugging it away, saying that they're going to opening up a factory here pretty soon, but they haven't. It's really the only AK at this point that I give a fuck about. The barrel, yeah.
Yeah, Ted I've known since 2004, and he's been trying to get that stuff, the Polish stuff here since then.
God, well, it looked like it was about to happen a couple of years ago, but
I think it's because they're competing with Romania and Bulgaria.
It was Royal Tiger Imports, not Riley.
they could outdo both those countries easy.
I don't know about easy. They've been trying a long time, and they have to shoehorn themselves into a market that's already established by both of those countries pretty much dominantly.
Oh, these are all oh no, okay, there you go. Wait, what the fuck?
Put a link in the side.
I saw it. Wow, what the fuck is this? Well, that's a barrel.
I told you, man.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's $1,800.
Yeah, that's way expensive.
Well, I'd rather buy that than a Tavor.
I'd rather buy that than almost every single other AK they have on this list. They're like they're IO heavy. I wonder if this is just an Archer that's been converted.
Yeah, that.
Because they imported the Archer for a second, and it was like a dumbed down. But this has got all the shit on it, so I don't know. This might be like a weird like sample or something. They brought a couple in somehow to fucking hawk at the SHOT Shows or something.
The ones that were supposed to make here had those AR-15 GI Mag conversion things.
Yeah, it clipped in. This is the one. The one he linked is that's the one they're supposed to bring in, and then they'd also have there's like a magwell conversion or something that you like clip in, and they can fire AR mags. I think. I don't fucking know. I know the Galils used to have a similar product. God damn, that's a cool AK. Oh well.
Just write a letter to Trump.
Get me some Polish AKs, motherfucker. Want some Czech AKs and some Polish AKs now. Fuck Russia. Ooh, maybe a Finnish AK.
I hear the Sega factory has quality control issues lately.
Sega. Did I just go over? Did I just go everybody? Did I just go everybody? I may have just gone over everybody's head there. That was some video game nerd shit.
That's when you turn on your Sega.
Yeah, that's what happens. Sega Genesis. Yeah, I don't know. I kind of regret not buying a converted Saiga when I had a chance, but at the same time, I got enough Bulgarian shit. The only difference is the stamps, the roll marks.
It's too close to Christmas.
Soon it will all be over.
Fuck Christmas. I'm over it. I'm already over it. Oh man, fucking Wake Island. I'm reading about it again. Although I don't know what I'm. It's all the same shit I fucking already know. This poor bastard.
I mean, there's some harrowing stories from back in those days. Not just Wake Island, but like freaking all of the island hopping, the whole island hopping campaign, and then like the battle in the Philippines. And
this wasn't even island hopping. These guys had been attacked on December 7th, December 8th. So of the date line. So they were attacked at the same time Pearl Harbor, and they've been basically fighting off the Japanese since Pearl Harbor.
So limited. They had very few people there. It was just a small outpost.
No, they had a ton of people. The problem was they only had 500 Marine, Navy, and Army, and then they had like 1,100 civilian construction workers.
Yeah, a lot of them were civilian contractors just building.
Yeah, and they refused. A lot of them, a bunch of them fought. A bunch of them, like, even though that meant that they would get executed if they got caught, because they weren't military. They fought anyway, but a bunch of them just hid out in the bushes and waited till it was over. The book the book I linked talks a lot about about that. But yeah, Wake Island, Guam, what is it? Philippines, Pearl Harbor, Singapore, maybe Hong Kong. I can't remember if they attacked Hong Kong at the same time. But yeah, a bunch of British and American islands got attacked all on the same day. But everybody only remembers Pearl Harbor.
Well, it was a much larger attack, and
I think the Philippines is larger than Pearl Harbor, a lot larger. But Pearl Harbor,
Bataan. You know, people remember the Bataan Death March and things like that.
But they don't remember the battle itself. I think is Pearl Harbor was shocking, and that's why people remember it, because it was like 9/11. You know, it caught everybody off guard. It stunned everybody, and that's why you'll always remember it. You don't remember the fact that these dudes held out for like 3 weeks with like nothing, like basically by their fingernails. And not only did they hold out, they fucking bloodied the fucking Japanese's nose. I mean, they really fucked them up. They fucked them up so much they left and had to come back with a bigger force. And that says a lot about Americans. It says a lot about Marines. It says a lot about, you know, that time period. You know, same with the Philippines. People don't remember Guam at all. They're like, you know, that's crazy to me also.
Yeah, I mean, it is crazy, but there's no but. It's just shitty.
Yeah, it is what it is. Well, I did my piece. I posted. Hopefully somebody reads it. Or somebody watches that documentary.
I'm sure people will watch it. I mean, a select, group of people who are interested in that stuff.
There's only 3 memorials to Wake Island. That there's like one in one in Boise, one like in Ohio, and one on Wake Island itself. Those are the only 3 memorials to the people that died there, which is that's also kind of disturbing to me.
I don't know. It's I agree 110% on that.
Americans don't like to remember defeats, you know.
Yeah, it's fucked up. Those are stories that should be told. So,
well, it's like the Alamo to me. The Wake Island is like the Alamo. We may have lost, but god damn it, we like fought down to the, until we couldn't win. They may not have all died. A lot of them did. Holy shit, a lot of them did. They didn't even die in the battle. They died from the Japanese after the battle. But they, it's like that, don't give up, fucking fighting spirit.
And that's exactly why, it's like all this stuff should be, I don't know. I think it should be all taught in school. Like, they briefly cover stuff, but I mean,
they don't. I never learned about Wake Island in school. You don't. You learn about. You might learn a little. Actually, I don't even remember learning much about Pearl Harbor or World War II or Pearl Harbor at all. We talked about other shit. Like, I don't know. It's fucking school. American educational system's a joke. But it is what it is.
It is.
Luckily, there's a bunch of guys running around writing really good books about this stuff. So if people do find out about it, it's a lot of good information out there to read about. I've already filled up an entire bookcase in about a year, or no, maybe 2 years. About 2 years. I have like my gun/military bookshelf, which is like a 6.5 foot tall bookshelf, is almost full. I'm gonna have to buy another one or fucking sell some shit or something. I don't know. I haven't decided.
Yeah, but as soon as you sell anything, something will come up and you'll want to read that book. Yeah. You'll be kind of mad about it.
I haven't reread any of these books yet, but I do. There's a couple of them I pull out all the fucking time just to leaf through. Just because of course, there's like my 1903 book and my fucking Grand book and my the thanks to G-Webs, the Grim Reaper, the AK, the excellent AK book, and then there's this one I just got recently. Let's see. Let's see if I can find. Link to it. Is this it? Yeah. This book is fucking cool as fuck. It's written by a French guy, so actually the publisher's French, so the translation isn't the cleanest, but it's still excellent illustrations, good pictures, good maps. It's a brilliant book. In fact, this company, I think it's a French company. Let me see if I can find their website. They do a lot of of this kind of stuff, and all their books are just really clean. Lots of like really nice color photos. They have a specific marine book. Let me find it. Oh, I have it right here. I have to reach for it. Try not to fucking fall on my ass. Let's see. Let me get a link here. yeah, here's this book right here is same company, different author, also translated from French. But man, this book, like, they have like a whole series. I mean, they haven't, most of their stuff's European, so they're just now getting into Pacific theater stuff. But there's like historic photos, and then they have guys like, I don't know where they get all this equipment. They must have a museum, but they have like models, for lack of a better term, dress up in the uniform so they can like show what they look like on people. And then they have like really high definition color photos of artifacts from the time period, and then history all mixed. It's all mixed in together. But yeah, that company is stellar when it comes to like that kind of. I mean, it's the kind of book you can pick up and just thumb through over and over again, leave on your coffee table, take to the toilet, whatever.
Sounds good. I got that one bookmarked too. Well, the top one, the bottom one, I haven't checked out yet. I will admit, but
The bottom one's all marine stuff. The top one is Army and Marine tanks, or basically Army and Marine Shermans. Yeah, I love books. I actually like books better than I don't know what it is. Websites just don't do it for me. All that talk about books made Moonleaf. I forgot he can't read. Wah, wah. Yeah, here's their website. But yeah, you can see like they cover everything, and their books are not cheap. I'm not gonna lie, they can be up from like $15 to $50, but man, they are like, their detail is outstanding. My only regret is I wish they did more Pacific theater stuff, because that's what I'm interested in. I could really give a flying fuck about Europe. Not that, I have.
Well, I mean, there's pretty kick-ass in Europe too, but
I know I got skin in the game on both, but my parrot unit in the Army was a very famous European unit. So yeah, like I said, I have skin in the game, but I don't know. I feel like there's a fucking book I haven't seen. Book about the Corsair. I'm gonna have to remember that. Yeah, I don't know. The Army and the Marines in the Pacific deserve more credit than they get, in my opinion.
no, I agree. They do deserve more credit.
It's like to me, it's like Pearl Harbor happened, and then Iwo Jima happened, and that's all people know about the Pacific, which is kind of it's a crying shame.
I was just gonna say that actually. It's like Pearl Harbor, Iwo Jima. That was the whole Pacific theater, and then Europe, everything that happened in Europe.
Yeah.
So
you tell people that there's fighting in China, and they look at you like in India and Burma. Maybe they've heard of the Burma Road, but they don't know what it means.
Or wait, another thing they know. So it's Pearl Harbor, Iwo Jima, and freaking
the bombs.
The nukes. Yeah, dropping the nukes on Japan. That's
can't believe
what anybody remembers.
I can't believe you guys. We dropped bombs on Japan. Why would anybody drop bombs on those cute little anime drawing guys. They're our friends. Like, dude, like, I've had to have talks with people that like, you basically regurgitate